The 3 words I'd use to describe my role is team, rewarding and challenging.
Positive, team, supportive.
3 words I'd use to describe this job: gratifying, inspirational, challenging. Before this, I was a hairdresser, but I wanted to do more than make people feel good. I wanted to help change their lives. I'm now part of a team that does exactly that every day.
I spend my days talking to the residents of Nottinghamshire, their families and the support services that help them on a day-to-day basis. We're the front door to adult social care in Nottinghamshire, and we're responsible for taking the time to build a picture through talking with our residents about how they lead their lives, the things that they find difficult, the things that they can do, and also looking at how they wish to fulfil their lives to the best of their possibilities. In the 5 years of working here, I've learnt so much, particularly about social care. I had no previous experience in it, but through a really good training and induction plan, I was given all of the skills and information that I needed to be able to do my job. I've also been able to grow personally and within my career since then through a personally tailored plan of support and training to keep me going.
We're a really close-knit team and we thrive off helping the community of Nottinghamshire to live a valued and independent lifestyle. Every day is different and there's always new things to learn, which makes the role interesting and really exciting. At the end of the day, knowing that I've helped a number of people to have a better quality of life makes every day worthwhile.
We get a weather update at 11 o'clock from the Met Office through to our gritting controller at Newark. He'll relay that message to the 4 foremen, which I'm one of, and then we relay that down to our crew that we are in charge of. That'll give you the time that we're supposed to be in the yard, the spread rate that we're supposed to be spreading at, and the weather forecast and what they're expecting and what time we're going out due to the weather. We go out with a said lorry full of salt, could be up to 10-12 tonnes on the back, and away you go. You spread it down and you want to be putting it down a couple of hours at least before the forecast if it's going to drop cold, to help the traffic crush it down into the tarmac. And then hopefully when it goes freezing, it'll not freeze, it just moistens it up again nicely. It's all down to the weight of the traffic and everything else. It's quite a pleasure to be out there. You know you're doing the best that you can. You're putting the salt out there. You're trying to make the roads safe. You're just in your own little world. You know what you've got to do. You put the radio on, heater's nice and warm, and
this winter, more than
you're away
ever,
and enjoying it,
with
and off you go.
COVID-19 still
peaceful.
circulating, we need help to reduce all avoidable risks. You can help protect the NHS, social care and loved ones by getting the flu vaccine. You may be eligible for the free vaccine at your GP or local pharmacy if you are over 65, pregnant or have a long-term condition. Find out if you are eligible at nhs.uk/stay well. Children up to Year 7 can get the free nasal spray at school or through their GP if they are below school age. If you are not eligible for the free vaccine, you can pay for it at your local pharmacy. The flu vaccination does not give you flu. It reduces the risk of catching flu as well as spreading it to others. If you had the vaccination in the past, that will not protect you as the flu strain changes every year, so you need to have a new one this year. It is also important to wash your hands often with warm water and soap. Use tissues when you cough or sneeze, and bin used tissues as quickly as possible. Thank you for helping to protect yourself and loved ones this winter.
I can really recommend being a foster carer for Notts County Council. There's always someone walking the journey alongside you, whether that's other foster carers or social workers. It really helps to provide stability and consistency for children who really need it, and that's really rewarding as a foster carer.
Roger and I have been fostering for 35 years. We do deal with challenges, but to say we've been doing it for 35 years to me proves that it's not impossible. We learn an awful lot from these young people, and even now we're still learning.
As a foster family, we care, we want to make a difference, and we get so much fulfilment from fostering. The satisfaction of making a difference is something that money can't buy. Just seeing the smiles on the children's faces and helping them reach their potential is wonderful.
We work as family workers within the fostering service for Nottinghamshire County Council.
I really enjoy my work. I really enjoy meeting lots of different foster carers.
You know, we get to know the families, we get to know the kids, and we care, basically. It's important as it is to them that the kids are getting the support that they need.
Right, welcome back everybody to this meeting of Nottinghamshire County Council. Next is number 9 on the agenda, which is the notice of motions. Before I call the mover of the first motion, I would like to take this opportunity to remind members of the time limits for speakers. The mover and seconder of each motion will have a maximum of 10 minutes. All other speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes. That includes any movers and seconders of amendments and all summing up speeches. Please also remember that this meeting will finish at 5:30 p.m. So let's try and get as much of the remaining business on this agenda completed as we can by then. Motion 1, I'd like to call Councillor Jason Zadrozny to move the first motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll happily formally move the first motion. Would you like me to read it out and it be moved and seconded before I make my comments?
Yes, please, Councillor Zadrozny.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. The motion 1 is that this council notes that spending on public transport per head in the East Midlands was only £268 last year. This is the 4th year in a row that the East Midlands has the lowest public transport spend in the country. This compares unfavourably with the West Midlands, who saw £467 per head spent at the same time. The UK average was £481 per year, according to figures released by East Midlands councils. This council further notes that the decision to pause the eastern leg of HS2B was this council further notes the decision to pause the eastern leg of HS2B. The News HS2 has been shelved from Birmingham to Leeds via the East Midlands in favour of Crewe to Manchester is a disaster for our region. The decision will cost the region hundreds of millions of pounds in regeneration opportunities. This is catastrophic for the region. This council believes that it is imperative that HS2B is delivered in full. The eastern leg of HS2 is critical to the long-term economic success of the East Midlands. This must include the East Midlands hub station at Houghton. The council also notes the lack of progress with the campaign to fully electrify the Midlands Main Line. We therefore call for an urgent meeting with the Secretary of State for Transport and all key stakeholders to make the case for urgent investment in public transport in Nottinghamshire and in the East Midlands, including the reinstatement of the electrification of the Midlands Main Line and the unpausing of eastern leg of HS2B. I'll formally move that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. Would you like me to call your seconder before you speak to the motion?
Either way, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to speak now and then it be seconded if that's easier.
Yes, if you'd like to speak to the motion now, Councillor Zadrozny, and then we'll call for your seconder.
All right, thank you. Obviously, the big news on Tuesday was the publication of a Government Commission report which recommended that the eastern leg of HS2B should be terminate at the poorly used East Midlands Parkway station in Leicestershire. This is confirmation that the government's preferred option is to scale back the project, preferring to pour money into the north. The report from the National Infrastructure Commission suggested that the eastern leg of HS2B should be scaled back in order to pay for the Northern Powerhouse. It was bad enough that the project was paused, but now a government report specifically recommends that it be cut back, removing many of the benefits for the people of Nottinghamshire and the East Midlands. And I think it would be devastating for our county. I'm sure that members would agree with me that this makes a mock of the government's claims to be country. So much has already been spent, Mr. Chair, preparing Toton for HS2. This will cost untold millions in regeneration costs, and current estimates suggest that it will cost the region up to 80,000 jobs. It's clear the government have let us down again. For 4 consecutive years, the East Midlands has had the lowest spend per head than anywhere else in the country, as the motion states. The Conservatives made a raft of promises in the general election a year ago. If they fail to deliver this, then it's a travesty. The government promised to level up the land. If they fail to deliver HS2 to Toton, it will be another example of them breaking their promises to the people of Nottinghamshire, and they're clearly treating those people like fools. The government have failed to keep their commitment to the electrification of the Midlands Main Line. This is something that has been discussed regularly at this council, largely by me, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask all members today to back our call for urgent public transport investment. This has gone on for far too long, and it's only by delivering projects like the eastern leg of HS2, the electrification of the Midlands Main Line, and addressing the chronic underinvestment in public transport that will deliver the jobs, the prosperity and the social mobility that Nottinghamshire really deserves. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Zadrozny. I'd like to call on Councillor Rachel Madden to second the motion, please.
I'll happily second the motion, Vice Chair, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Next, I'd like to call any members who have indicated to Councillor Steve Carr first, please.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I support this motion wholeheartedly. Not delivering a hub at Toton would be a disaster for future investment and development, not just of Nottinghamshire, but the whole of the East Midlands. And I don't think for 1 minute, although I hope that for 1 minute, that the government will agree with this latest report, because hitherto they've always picked out Toton as the best site for the East Midlands hub. Failure to deliver the East Midlands hub, as I've already said, would be a disaster. It will be a disaster for Broxtowe, for Erewash, for Ashfield, for Mansfield, for Bassetlaw and everywhere else in the immediate area of the hub. I have to say and thank the leader, Kay, for her huge support for lobbying the government on this issue. And I have to say to those primarily Conservative councillors who think that investment and development of the Toton area in particular can still go ahead at the present levels without the HS2 hub, it's pie in the sky. Without the HS2 hub, Toton development will be second best, because where is the incentive to invest without a hub? And I completely support this motion. I have had an email this morning from Broxtowe's MP, Darren Henry, who I understand is meeting the Prime Minister on this subject today. So I hope that is fruitful. I hope everybody comes to their senses, and I sincerely hope that once again we are not at the bottom of the pile so as to support vanity projects in the London region. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Carr. Next, could I ask Councillor Alan Rhodes to speak, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I support this motion wholeheartedly. It is imperative for this region and for the region's economy that HS2 is delivered in full. I've said that previously. I've said it as recently as this morning in response to a comment Councillor Cutts made. And it's also imperative that the electrification of the Midland Main Line is delivered as well. I remember when I was leader of the council, I questioned the then Secretary of State, Chris Grayling, on this very issue. He dodged the question at the time, and I think government's still dodging it now, but it can't be dodged forever. And I do believe at some point that's got to be addressed. But back to the body of the motion, I absolutely agree with it. In fact, at a recent meeting of East Midlands councils, I suggested to them, a cross-party body, as we all know, that they write to government on behalf of all of the member councils of East Midlands councils about this very issue of HS2, because then, of course, the East Midlands Parkway termination of the eastern leg was nothing more than a rumour. It's now much more than a rumour, and I sadly feel that the decision may have already been made. I listened to a report on the news on Radio 4 the other night, and it was there was a woman who I think serves on the particular committee, who was in a way dangling a carrot by talking about, well, what we really need is improved connection between cities. You know, improved connection between Nottingham and Birmingham, or Leeds and York, or whatever. Well, yes, that might be necessary as well. I'm not suggesting that it's not, but actually, without HS2 and the benefits that this bring, and actually, it's not about speed. It's not about cutting 20 minutes off a trip to London or whatever. If it was, frankly, I wouldn't be supporting it myself. It's about much more than that. And certainly, I think Councillor Carr and Councillor Zadrozny have already commented in their speeches. It's about this region's economy and the benefits to this region's economy, and it's not, you know, the immediate area around HS2 quite clearly stands to gain and to benefit from it, but actually, as ever with large business conurbations like this, it's a supply chain. It's those businesses that are around and about and further afield that also feel the benefit of it. So it's really important that it goes ahead. I made a point earlier about the government's commitment to levelling up the north, and I actually, because I live north of Watford Gap, I suspect that I am in the government's identification of what the north is. I think that if they're serious about levelling up in the north of this country, and the East Midlands has been drastically underinvested for many years, and we all know that this is the case, that's not a party political issue. If they're serious about that, they have to deliver HS2 in full on the eastern leg. Otherwise, as I said earlier, it will be seen as an election winning lie and not much else. And I'm sorry if that offends people, but if government make commitments as they have when they talked about the levelling up of the north and investing in the north, we want to see those commitments delivered. It's not about weasel words, it's about delivery. So far, I don't think we've seen much in the way of delivery, but I'm hoping that I can be proven wrong on that, and that the government will deliver in full, and all of those benefits will come to our region and beyond. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Rhodes. Next, I'd like to call the Leader of the Council, Councillor Kay Cutts, please, to speak.
Okay. You're muted, Councillor Cutts.
I'm so sorry. I should get this right one day. Whilst there's much I can agree with the speakers before me, we shall not be supporting this motion because I'm afraid it's not factually correct. The only information we've had is that the Infrastructure Commission has sent an advisory note, if you like, to the Prime Minister and to Grant Shapps that we should not continue with this, but that is not the decision by government. And government has said all the way along, from the Prime Minister, who reiterated it again yesterday in Parliament, he supports this line, the Y-shaped line, the 2B, the Eastern leg, whichever you want to call it, he supports it. Grant Shapps told me personally, when we had a meeting like this, that I didn't need to persuade him, he was supportive of this. Also Andrew Stevenson, who's been most helpful on this, we've had numerous calls with him, he supports it as well. There has been support from all our local colleagues and our members of Parliament, and Darren Henry made a particularly good speech in Parliament on a motion day, which is held in Westminster Hall, and it's a very powerful speech, which I'm sure some of you have listened into, and our local members of Parliament are supporting it. Therefore, I think we take it for what it is a report by the Infrastructure Commission. And the disappointing thing about this report by the Infrastructure Commission is that actually it was a desktop exercise. I worry a little bit about people who sit in an office somewhere, I don't know whether in London or whether elsewhere, who come out with a report without having bothered to visit. Because I have to tell you, all the visit ministers we've had to visit, we've taken them to look across the escarpment, they can see Toton Station and they get it. It is so obvious there. This is a large brownfield site, which has been used for railways over very many years. In fact, I think some of my colleagues on the council used to work on that section of the railways in the shunting yards there. And therefore, it's been used for this system. It's an ideal place for the Toton Station. It allows us an opportunity to bring back into good use that derelict land at the moment, which is just left. It allows us to create a new country park. It allows us to green the environment, buy new houses, build new houses there, have live, work, home to units, to sort out the problems around Long Eaton through the railway line there. And better than this, it allows us to become more part of the economy for the whole of the country, because it's a western link as well as an eastern link, a northern link and a southern link. So we could become extremely well connected. Now, I too heard the report that you heard, Alan, when someone was suggesting this was between major cities. I wonder how major a city has to be before it's counted as a major city. We have the smaller cities in Nottingham and Derby and Leicester. Then we have the Chesterfield, which desperately needs as a large town some funding. But Sheffield isn't inconsiderable as a city. That also needs some funding. There's an airport near Sheffield, which could also be brought into this. And if you take the conurbation around Sheffield, where Dan Jarvis is the mayor, I think that would be one of those areas that could be counted on as a major city. I don't know how much bigger Leeds has to get, about 750,000 people, to become a major city, but it's a major city. York's not inconsequential, neither are Durham and neither are Tyneside. And so I ask you, how major does a city have to be? And therefore, I think this must be about an east-west thing, because it seems to me whenever the north is discussed, it talks about Manchester and Liverpool and the western side. And I want them to have their investment. This isn't a competition. This is levelling up for all of us. And I honestly believe that by levelling up for all of us, the whole country will benefit. Alan's already mentioned some of the large businesses there. How big a business do you need to be, apart from being things like Rolls-Royce, Bombardier, big businesses? We've lost businesses from round there and we haven't replaced them. Toyota can't be considered to be inconsiderable. Jaguar Land Rover certainly isn't. All of those are large organisations which would benefit from a supply train here. And this is an opportunity to bring jobs there. It's not just about trains. It's an opportunity to allow young people to have skills. And our colleges work well towards this. We've taken on students ourselves. They are excellent students from the colleges locally, excellent from the universities locally. All of this would add into the economy. And so we have a hugely important, exciting story to tell. And it's disappointing we have a setback. But may I say, I am not disheartened. I intend to go forward with this. I intend to bring a campaign to the Prime Minister and to all members of Parliament and all the way down the line. I would expect all of the other members down the line, the leaders of councils and the MPs there, whatever political flavour they are, to come forward now and say, it's time we were invested. Because it's quite right to point out in this report how little investment we've had in the East Midlands. And we're getting less and less as the years go by. There is something fundamentally wrong about this. And I think it's all back to the desktop exercise which take place not only by individuals like Sir John Armott, who was commissioned with this, but also within the Treasury.
30 seconds, please, Councillor.
Thank you. Just winding up. but also those civil servants in Parliament, working for Parliament as well. It's too easy to dismiss the East Midlands, and we're not going to allow it to happen now. As I am fond of telling everybody, we actually started the first civil war here, English Civil War, and we ended it in this part of the country. And now this is our war. All of us together need to go ahead with this, but we will not be supporting this motion because it's factually incorrect. We haven't reached that stage yet. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cutts. Next we have Councillor David Martin, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, I'm very disappointed to hear that Councillor Cutts is not agreeing with this motion because of a technicality, because it's not very often we do agree on something, and perhaps some of your other members may not agree with your approach on it. My biggest concern is not about the National Infrastructure Commission, which this motion is not about, but the reality is, Councillor Cutts, it's still being paused. And my biggest concern, even though I only have a few properties that are set to be demolished by the implementation of the HS2 line, the people in Tibshelf will be whooping with joy because they don't actually want it, right? But the residents across Nuttall, Broxtowe, Stapleford, Towton and that area, their lives are hanging in the balance on the toing and froing of our national government, and it's a disgrace, and it's about time it was ended. This is what we want, clarity for our residents across the area. That's what we want. That's what we're asking you to support. And at the policy meeting, you applauded us all for singing off the same hymn book, and yet here you are casting your aspersions and playing politics with the lives of the residents across Nottinghamshire who clearly want clarity from proper leadership at the County Council, which you are now failing to deliver. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Next we have Councillor Jim Creamer, please.
Thank you, Chair. It is very strange. I mean, obviously we're going to support it, but Councillor Cutts, I could agree with nearly everything you said. The only thing I particularly disagree with is you not supporting it. This is a lever. More than anything, we do say we need to work together. You yourself said that all our MPs should work together on this. Again, totally agree with that. I just really cannot understand. It is asking to be put urgently. It is complaining about the Midland Main Line not actually being fully electrified. It's all things we can actually agree on. But more importantly than what we can agree on, it is actually a lever to government, a lever to local government and to national government. The importance of actually working together can't be understated. And I would ask you to actually reconsider on this and actually support it. Totally support you having words with the ministers, totally support your pressure on it. This is a pressure point we could use, and you're actually not going to use it. This will backfire on you and the population of Towton and all the areas. It will backfire. We actually need to support this as a local government committee. I'm sure all the districts will support it. So yes, agree with 99% of what you said. And the only thing I really can't understand why you don't want an extra lever to use in negotiations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Next we have Councillor Muriel Wise, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, as Councillor Creamer has said, I'm really surprised that Councillor Cutts is not supporting this motion. In a recorded meeting, to have a lack of unity across the council is not a good thing when she's calling for us to be united behind this. I have environmental concerns about this whole project, but listening to the arguments that she and other people have made and other people about the benefits to the region, I'm behind it. And I think it's going to give a very poor message today that we can't as a council support one motion. I heard the Prime Minister's very brief passing comment about supporting it. It wasn't very substantial, and I'm not reassured by it. So I think supporting this motion together would be a really strong sign that Councillor Cutts is willing to work with opposition members here as much as she is with the government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wise. Next we have Councillor Ben Bradley MP, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to reiterate really what Councillor Cutts has said and perhaps add my own perspective, we all agree here on HS2, we all agree particularly around Toton, and we are consistently making that case. I think it's important to point out that this was a commissioned report, but it was not a government decision, and that decision around Toton has not been made. So important that we all do continue to make that case. As Councillor Cutter said, we are doing that, and I know, as has been mentioned, Darren Henry has a meeting today. I've spoken to the Prime Minister directly and the Chancellor over the last 2 weeks about this, and the PM reiterated his support for it in a meeting on Wednesday. The statistics around the East Midlands and that investment are really important and well recognised. I use them myself on a regular basis to make this same case as we talk about the levelling up agenda and everything that's so important for us as a region, because we know when it comes to that investment and this levelling up that we are at the bottom of that, and therefore we should stand to be the biggest recipients and beneficiaries of the government's agenda over the next 4 years. I constantly compare with the West Midlands and the level of investment that they receive. We talk about the areas that seem to get this funding, combined mayoral authority in the West Midlands, in Manchester, in Liverpool, in the North East and Teesside with Ben Houchin, huge levels of investment going in there. So it's frustrating to keep having this conversation when obviously so many opposition councillors have rejected the opportunity to have that discussion about an East Midlands mayoralty with combined authorities with a unitary system. So that is really frustrating, something that I've certainly been pushing. But this is the huge priority and the narrative of both the council locally and the government. We've talked about nothing else other than levelling up for that first 3 months post-election, about how we can help the most disadvantaged communities and those who have the least investment. Clearly, 9 of the 12 months since that election have been taken over by coronavirus, and we've had to change those priorities. We've had to focus on that emergency and delivery. But as we see the other side of that, as we roll out vaccinations and we can start to lift those restrictions in the spring, conversations are already turning to the budget, are already turning to how we reinvigorate that agenda from the kind of spring onwards. And I fully expect when we get out the other side of that to see that proper discussion, those proper decisions in the budget and beyond, and for the East Midlands and Nottinghamshire to be a huge beneficiary of that.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Before we move on to Councillor Richard Jackson, Councillor Carr, I believe you want to make a point of clarification.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think this is such an important subject, and the Conservative group voting against this motion could send all sorts of wrong signals out. Could I ask if the Conservative Party would be willing to make an amendment to the motion so that everybody could vote for it?
Right, I'll have to leave the Conservative group to think about that. Councillor Richard
Chairman,
Jackson.
I was waiting for you to call me. I'm sorry about that. I was waiting for you to call me. I don't feel inclined to make an amendment now because there's quite a lot of this motion which needs to be amended. If I look at the motion here as it's presented to us, the first part is correct in the spending, which we all acknowledge that. The decision to pause the Eastern Line was for the Commission to be allowed to report back. It hasn't been shelved from Birmingham to Leeds in favour of the Western leg, and the decision will cost hundreds of thousands. It hasn't been made. So all of that would have to come out. And the problem with amending a motion is it has to be substantially the same as the motion that was put in. There is so much in here that is incorrect. I don't believe to be obstructive about this, but it's incorrect. It says that the Council believes it's imperative for the HS2 to be delivered in full. We can agree with that. Critical of the Eastern leg, we can agree with that. And we can agree with the Eastern Midlands hub station. There is a lack of progress on the campaign for full electricity of the Midland Main Line. That's already been accepted, that case. And therefore, because there is so much in here that is incorrect, it's not possible to amend this motion and still stay within the spirit of the way motions are amended, as they have to be substantially the same as the motion that was put there in the first place. There's no unwillingness on our part not to try and amend this. It is not possible to amend it within the rules, as we certainly looked at this, Chairman. Thank you.
Right, just one moment, please, members. Councillor Alan Rhodes wanted to make a point of order. Would you come in at this moment, please, Councillor Rhodes?
I've lowered my hand. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so there will be no amendments. We will carry on. Councillor Richard Jackson, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I think we are all actually singing from the same hymn sheet. And I regret that the motion can't be amended for the reasons that the leaders already said. And I regret that we can't support the motion as it stands because it's factually inaccurate for the reasons that the leader said, but also because the final paragraph sort of implies that we've had no dialogue with the Secretary of State. We have. We've had constant dialogue with the Secretary of State, with other ministers, with the Prime Minister, and with officials, whether that's individually, whether that's as a council, whether that's as part of the Midlands Engine, or any one of a number of other avenues of discussion with the ministers. So there's absolutely no hesitation at all on our part in lobbying to get HS2 to Towton. It's in my division. I've always been a supporter of it, and initially it wasn't particularly popular locally, but it is absolutely the right thing for Towton. It's the right thing for Broxtowe. It's the right thing for Nottinghamshire and for the region. It's that significant a development, and I very much want to see HS2 come and make that absolutely clear. When we started talking about this, 6 or 7 years ago, the fear was that we'd end up with an HS2 station at Towton, which would be similar to Parkway, a station in the middle of a field surrounded by car parking and nothing else. Well, I didn't. That at the time I thought was the worst case scenario. Not that we'd actually get the station at Parkway, which I think would be an absolutely enormously wasted opportunity. I would, though, just advise a bit of caution from members who've talked about, the Towton development being unviable if there isn't an HS2 station there, or indeed that it would be a second-rate development at Towton if there wasn't an HS2 station there. We'll make that development at Towton work, HS2 or no HS2. It's an incredibly well-connected site. It's a fantastic opportunity. It's got infrastructure challenges with it, but there are well-worked-up plans to deal with those challenges. We've got universities interested in coming to the site. There's a huge amount of interest, and I've always thought, actually, that the development at Towton was viable enough for it to be started ahead of the HS2 station coming. And the nature of any large project like HS2 is it's always in doubt until we get a spade in the ground. And I think there was always an appetite to start that before HS2 construction had actually started. And there's absolutely no reason why we can't make a go of the development of Towton with or without HS2. My one fear, and it's a fear for some of my constituents, but certainly for residents further north on the line from Towton, is that we'll get years of indecision over HS2's future. One of the options that the Infrastructure Commission had looked at was that the station be built at either site, and that the further extensions to the line be considered. Now, if that happens, we could be looking at that over decades. We could have residents and indeed businesses blighted by a possible extension north from either of the two station sites forever and a day, and we must fight against that. So we're absolutely behind this. I'm absolutely behind this as the local member, and I am genuinely sorry that we can't support the motion that's in front of us today.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I can't see any more indicators to speak, so I'm going to ask Councillor Rachel Madden, who seconded the motion and reserved the right. Please, Councillor Madden.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I wish you would all reread the motion because, firstly, it does not discuss the Commission's report as published yesterday, and all that the points that you raised are correct in the motion. I would remind long-serving councillors of the last time that anybody challenged Jason and called him a liar and called up security and everything outside the chamber, that paperwork, etc., presented to the full council at the time proved that he was not a liar and that he was correct. As Councillor Zadrozny stated in his opening remarks and in the motion, this news will be very negative for both our county and others adjoining us, Derbyshire, etc. I'm very pleased to hear that Councillor Rhodes has been bringing this up at the East Midlands. Thank you, Alan. Most appreciated. In the general election, yes, there were promises made, left, right and centre. Since then, we've had the levelling up agenda that's been presented to us. The snag is that things keep flip-flopping away. Crossrail 2 is being pushed on and extra monies, etc. And this is in London. Schemes are proceeding in the north. It's great. But yet again, Nottinghamshire, Derby and Sheffield are being treated like the poor relations. I've listened to the comments that have been made all the way through this full council meeting and note that the answers that have been made to questions asked earlier in. But I would still call for all the MPs from the East Midlands to go forward for an urgent debate in the House of Commons. It's all very well saying, I've talked to this, I've talked to that. I talk to Jason all the time, but I don't actually publicise it. I could say all sorts. Please, please, please. We have Mr. Johnson in PMQs last week and this week, yes, supporting that the East Midlands will get their fair share. But a question to the Leader of the House this morning about having an urgent debate on this matter was denied by the Leader of the House because there isn't government time. I hope he meant before they went into recess for Christmas and not the 2024 general election. So I would urge cross-party within Westminster, please, 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 push, push, push. We in our group have been raising this regularly over several years. It's something that we have worried about. It is going to make a huge impact if, as the motion says, investment is not forthcoming as quickly as possible. So I urge members, including the Conservative sides, to support this sensible motion. After all, Councillor Coutts, would you like your end of term report to say could have done better? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. Before I ask Councillor Zadrozny to reply, Councillor Richard Jackson, I believe you have a point of order. Could you tell me what that is, please?
Chairman, it's a clarification really for Councillor Madden's benefit that Darren Henry, the MP for Broxton, called a Westminster immediately as rumours of this change in the Infrastructure Commission's report was circulating. It was held on the 17th of December. And he was aided by officers of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Zadrozny, could I ask you to reply to the speakers? You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I will be brief because I'll just summate a couple of the points. I think I'm actually quite surprised and really disappointed that the Conservative group don't feel able to support this motion, and I particularly just remind members in as clear way as possible what they're voting against. they may not like the preamble, although Councillor Cutts did say that she liked 90% of it. But this motion calls for a meeting with the Secretary of State for all key stakeholders to make the case for urgent investment in public transport in Nottinghamshire, including the Midland Main Line and the eastern leg of HSB2. That's the actual recommendation of the motion. That's what Conservatives are going to vote against, having a meeting to make the case for funding. And I heard the poster boy for the right wing, the one that now in Parliament makes Nigel Farage look like a carrot crunching lefty liberal, talk about his role as the MP for Mansfield talking about investment, but failed spectacularly to grasp the point, apart from his unitary bid, about us working together, which is the crucial bit. He talked about a combined mayor and a unitary authority would speak with one strong voice. That's exactly what this motion entitles us to do. As a cross-party group, as a county council, working with East Midlands councils and dare I say it, with district colleagues, to make that strong case together. And Kay did say in her answer to the question earlier this morning that this administration won't sit by and let Notts miss out. And that's exactly what she's done. That's exactly what she's done. I think Councillor Madden was really polite when she said at the end of term report would say could do better. Councillor Cutts has sat as the chair of the HS2 board, and it's spectacularly failed. And if this is the opportunity, if Kay is right, and I believe she's wrong, that our motion is incorrect and that there's still chance for the government to decide what they're going to do, well, then this is the perfect opportunity for us to feed into that process, into that thinking, and us make a strong case united about the importance of that investment before they make the decision, because otherwise it's too late. And I really hope there's some Conservative councillors there think about looking at the last paragraph of this motion and think about it, because I mean, as I say, Councillor Madden, I think, was polite in could do better. I think Councillor Cutts' final card will say spectacularly failed. She spectacularly failed and wasted money on a unitary bid, which is what most members have now still clung their hat on. And as the chairman of that board, she spectacularly failed if this investment costs our region 80,000 jobs. So could do better is an understatement. The best Christmas present that Councillor Cutts could give to Nottinghamshire right now is tendering her immediate resignation as chair of that board. I'd go a little bit further, but I think that would be the least she should do under the circumstances. And I'll close my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts, did you want to make a point of order? You're muted, Councillor Cutts.
I would like Jason to withdraw those remarks. I think they are rude and derogatory, and he does have rather a record on this. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Cutts. I think we'll move to the vote, please. Chief Executive, would you call the vote, please? Oh, forgive me, members. I would ask Councillor Zadrozny, would you like to make a comment for the Leader of the Council, please?
Mr. Chairman, I won't apologise. I will just try to clarify. A number of policy committees, Councillor Cutts has made very clear that this is a political environment and we are here for the riposte of local politics. My comments were measured. I'm sorry that she's took offence. In fact, I'm deeply sorry that she's took offence to them. That's not my intention, but it's my strong assertion that she's failed in that role, and I will be asserting that, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Zadrozny, I will take that as a partial apology, and I think we'll move to the vote now, please. Chief Executive, would you call the vote, please?
Thank you very much, Chairman. May I start, please, with Councillor Allen, Pauline Allen. Sorry, Pauline, I didn't catch that.
There's a lot of noise going on.
This is the snow.
I think I heard 4, Pauline. If I'm wrong, let me know. Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bosniak.
For.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Andrew Brown. Okay, I'll come back to him. He's got connection issues. Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cutts.
Against.
Councillor Deakin.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner. Councillor Steve Garner. I'll come back to you, Steve. Councillor Guilfoyle.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
For.
Councillor Handley.
Against.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis. Councillor
For.
Tom. Thank you, Tom. Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Knight.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
For. I'm called for a recorded vote.
Okay. So, colleagues, we need a show of hands, please, for a recorded vote. And if colleagues would like a recorded vote, can I ask that they request that before I start calling the roll, please?
I think they had their hands up, Anthony.
No, I don't think they did. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. So I'll use the same record, if I may. We'll just turn it into a recorded vote if people are comfortable with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep going then. Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Payne.
For.
Councillor Peck.
For.
Councillor Place. Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Purdue-Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Rhodes.
For.
Councillor Rostance, Kevin Rostance.
Against.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
Against.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Sissons.
Against.
Councillor Helen Ann Smith.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Parry Simbaridis. You're saying for, thank you. Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Vice.
For.
Councillor Wetton.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
And Councillor Zadrozny.
For.
Thank you. I'm just going to go back, colleagues, because I think we've had word from Councillor Andrew Brown that he's voting against the motion.
Can I just have a brief point of order of clarification? Are we certain that Councillor Brown has listened to the debate? Because if he hasn't, then Councillor Adair and Councillor Dobson could vote, couldn't they?
Just a moment, please, Councillor Carr.
So I don't know the answer to that question, Councillor Carr. I can't speak on behalf of Councillor Brown, but Sarah Ashton has just confirmed that he has. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. So Andrew Brown was against, and now if I could come finally to Councillor Steve Garner.
Against.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify then, colleagues, following that request from Councillor Madden and the show of the appropriate number of hands, this is now a recorded vote. So just give us a moment, please, so that we can tot it all up. Thank you all for your patience.
Was it like countdown?
Right, thank you, members. The voting is as follows: 31 votes for, 33 against, with no abstentions, so the motion is lost. Before I hand back over to the chairman of the council to preside over the next motion, can I just ask members, please do not make personal comments about other members, please. It happens too often. So please think before you say something about a fellow member. Thank you. I'll hand over to the chairman now.
Thank you. I keep pressing the button, it keeps switching off.
You're off again. It's gone quiet. Oh no, I've got.
As I switch it off, it switches up. Right, are we okay now? Right, okay. I fully concur with my vice chairman, as I please show the same respect to other members than you would expect to be shown towards yourselves. Can I move then on to motion number 2, which is under pages of 2 and 3 of your pack, and I'll call on Councillor Martin to move the motion.
Thank you, Chair. You'll allow me to read the motion first.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Nottinghamshire County Council notes that from the 1st of May to the 31st of October, value-added tax, or VAT, was set at 0 rate on supplies of PPE as defined by the Public Health England's coronavirus PPE guidance on the 24th of April 2020. This council notes that from November the 1st, face masks and gloves now cost more after the government said a waiver of VAT on personal protective equipment, PPE, would not be extended. The Treasury has confirmed that 20% sales tax would once more apply to protective equipment bought by firms and consumers after the 6-month exemption. This is a tax on safety and leaves the poorest vulnerable in our county and is having an adverse impact on businesses and ordinary people who are legally bound to use masks in shops and on public transport. We note that food and convenience store owners and other businesses that are obliged to use PPE are now facing increased costs just when they are struggling most. An increase of 20% is a significant amount and has led to an increase in price for PPE. It has slowed demand and is acting as a barrier to buying PPE for some, at a time when many people's income has been reduced due to the pandemic. This council asks the leaders of the Ashfield Independents, Conservative and Mansfield Independents and Labour groups to write a joint letter to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak MP, and Treasury Minister Jessie Norman MP, to call for this decision to be reversed, and that a 0 rate on VAT and on supplies of PPE is reintroduced until we get to grips with the coronavirus pandemic. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the 1st of November, VAT is again going to be charged on PPE equipment. This was a reversal of the decision from the 1st of May to the 31st of October, when VAT was set at 0 rate on supplies of PPE as defined by Public Health England's PPE guidance. The main policy objective of the 0 VAT rating of PPE that came into force on May 2020 was to relieve the VAT burden on the price of purchasing PPE used for protection from coronavirus by frontline workers. This will particularly aid sectors that cannot recover VAT on goods due to their VAT exemption status, such as care homes, but will benefit all consumers. We are urging Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and Jessie Norman, the Treasury Minister, to restore the zero rate on PPE, because we have a real fears that people are being priced out of getting the vital equipment. The UK government has previously refused to extend the zero rate of VAT on PPE by the 31st of October, instead bringing back the 20% rate. Let's not forget that coronavirus is not going away just yet, and I'm not sure what the government's decision on tiers for Nottinghamshire is. Well, we are today. The changes mean that businesses and charities and individuals in Nottinghamshire and across the UK will now be slapped with extra charges when purchasing essential PPE to protect against COVID-19. Health and social care providers can source PPE via a government portal, but private sector businesses, as well as the general public, cannot. So now food and convenience store wholesalers are facing increased costs at a time when they are really struggling, and the UK government is getting hold of the life-changing equipment a financial decision. We are in the middle of a deadly global pandemic, and we are still seeing a high number of coronavirus cases. In fact, it's increasing across Nottinghamshire at this critical time. It's simply crazy and damaging that the government has decided to scrap the 0% VAT rating on PPE. Nobody, whether it's businesses or an individual, should feel the need to consider whether they can afford the necessary PPE equipment in the middle of this pandemic. And this is having an adverse impact on businesses and ordinary lives of people who are legally bound to use masks in shops and on public transport and going about their daily business. It's outrageous, and the government should be ashamed of it. We will be asking the County Council to join us in campaigning to reverse this stupid decision that could put lives at risk. We recently passed a motion at Ashfield District Council and invite you to do the same today on behalf of the residents of Nottinghamshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I call on Councillor Helen Ann Smith to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll happily second this motion, and with your indulgence, I'll speak now, Mr. Chairman.
It's entirely to you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in seconding this motion, can I declare that when the government announced last March that they would be waiving VAT on PPE, I praised them. As you know, making a decision on waiving VAT on PPE was correct. It is not right to tax something that the government have legislated on, making this a mask tax. The rise in VAT has meant that the cost of PPE will rise by a fifth. The Treasury are now charging a 20% sales tax on protective equipment bought by firms and consumers from November, after a 6-month exemption, as Councillor Martin has stated. While care homes and the healthcare sector can access PPE from the Department of Health and Social Care, the increase has meant extra costs for businesses and ordinary people. As this motion states, people are legally bound to use masks in shops and on public transport. This is mask tax, will passed on to our most vulnerable and poorest residents. The government initially cut the tax to zero on the 1st of May. In the Health Secretary's words, relieve the burden of VAT on the price of purchasing PPE used for protection from coronavirus by frontline workers. The measure applied to PPE approved for use by Public Health England and was aimed at particular care homes to help them buy stocks of masks, gloves and gowns, amid a flood of infections in the sector and a global scrabble for equipment. Health and social care providers are now able to source PPE via a government portal designed for the purpose, but private sector businesses in the food, wholesale and retail sectors, as well as ordinary consumers, cannot. Food and convenience store wholesalers warned that they and other businesses that are obliged to use PPE are now facing increased costs just when they are struggling most. There couldn't be a worse time to inflict extra costs on the food supply chain. Wholesalers have been trading at a loss for months because of the restrictions on their hospitality customers. Some of them have lost 80% of their business and are struggling to maintain their contracts to schools, hospitals and care homes. To burden them with a 20% increase in the price of equipment that they rely on to carry out their operations is kicking them when they are down, and it will only increase the existing risk to food distribution for vulnerable groups. The reasons for introducing a zero rate haven't changed, and we face months of further COVID-19 measures. It's disappointing that the zero rate isn't being continued for as long as the COVID restrictions on trade are in place. There is little doubt that the increases in price will slow demand and act as a barrier to buying PPE for some at a time when many people's incomes have been reduced due to the pandemic, and every penny in their shopping baskets counts. A few weeks ago, I contacted the Treasury, Mr. Chairman. They claimed that the cut was only ever intended to maintain the supply to healthcare providers, not to reduce costs for businesses and consumers. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask members to support this motion, and I am pleased to second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I will now open it for debate. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This motion copies similar comments made at a national level by opposition politicians. It's the kind of line you can afford to take in opposition when you've no responsibility at national level, at least for managing the financial impact of the COVID-19 pandemic or the fiscal measures that will be needed in the future to recover from it. As Rishi Sunak discovered for himself very soon after becoming Chancellor of the Exchequer, you can garner quite a lot of short-term popularity by untying the purse strings and announcing a splurge of spending, especially at a time of crisis. But the difference between a Conservative Chancellor in that position and Labour Chancellors is that the Conservative still remembers there will be a bill to pay at the end of that expenditure, and that bill has to be paid by the public, the taxpayer, because the government has no money of its own. When the Conservative government took its decision to introduce a zero rate of VAT applying to supplies of personal protective equipment from the 1st of May 2020, they did so in a responsible way. From the outset, it was made clear that this was a temporary measure, an urgent initial response to the coronavirus emergency. At no point was there any suggestion or promise that this could or would be sustained by the public purse, long-term or indefinitely. The zero rate was a specific time-limited measure taken in the relatively early days of the pandemic, when the cost of purchasing PPE was rising internationally because demand was outstripping supply, and some less scrupulous suppliers were accused of exploiting the situation. The objective of temporary VAT relief was to relieve the pressure on the healthcare and residential care sectors, making it easier to purchase essential infection equipment during that initial unstable period. Ministers also removed import duties from PPE and medical supplies to ensure that essential equipment could get to the front line more quickly. As we know from our own experience here in Nottinghamshire, the supply of PPE has stabilised since that time. Local authorities and private healthcare providers are no longer in that panic buying phase, which had in effect abated by the midsummer months. VAT relief on PPE was originally scheduled to end on the 31st of July, but to its credit, the government decided to extend this measure for businesses and individuals through to the end of October. And let's be clear on this. The VAT cut applied specifically to medical grade PPE, which includes fluid-resistant surgical masks, but not general face coverings. The reality is that those purchasing over-the-counter items which do not meet these criteria will see no change in price. We should also clarify that the return to normal VAT rules will not affect care homes, which will continue to receive specialised equipment for free. The Department of Health and Social Care have committed through their winter plan to provide free PPE for COVID-19 to adult social care until March 2021, thanks to a stockpile of resources the government has built up and made available since the 1st of November. Those who imply that the PPE VAT relief can continue without consequence need to be honest with the public about what this would cost. The application of this policy for 6 months between the start of April and the end of October has cost the taxpayer an estimated £255 million. That's the critical context always left out from motions of this type, which imply that government spending has no cost to the public. Jeremy Corbyn has been banished to the wilderness, but many Labour politicians still seem to believe in the magic money tree. They are now being joined temporarily in their hard left fancy world by the Ashfield Independents. Councillor Zadrozny duly got his headline in the Chad 3 weeks ago with an opinion column covering this subject, in which he said he would be asking Nottinghamshire County Council to join what he calls his campaign. I have a broader sense of financial responsibility, and I will not call for indefinite, unsustainable spending for the sake of short-term publicity, especially when the cost of that spending will ultimately fall back on the people that this misleading motion claims it's seeking to protect. It's for those reasons, Mr. Chairman, that we will be opposing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr, please.
Well, you can add me to that list then, Councillor Harper, of hard left people that think this is the wrong move to make during a pandemic. Do you know, it's a long time since I've had a decent laugh, but that takes the biscuit. It is not a good look at all, is it, to be increasing the cost of PPE when this area's just been told that it's remaining in tier 3 and our cases are rising again. It's not a good look at all, is it? And to talk about financial prudence of the Conservative Party, well, my goodness me, this government has squandered so billions on dodgy contracts for Brexit and for COVID. So for the Conservative Party to preach to us about financial prudence is laughable, Chair, absolutely laughable. It isn't a good look. I can remind councillors that there are still medical equipment that is exempt from VAT. Incontinence pads for a start, cycle helmets, safety boots for building sites are all VAT free. And if you think the state of the government's financial basket is such that you have to raise taxes on vital protective equipment, then it's a sorry state that your party is in. It really is. And to cast everybody that doesn't agree with you as hard left Corbynites is frankly ridiculous. I've never been a fan of Corbyn in my life. I am a liberal. I'm not a conservative. That's the difference, isn't it? Everybody that isn't a conservative is far left. They're dangerous. They're not to be trusted. Well, quite frankly, it's the Conservative Party that isn't to be trusted. Bringing in a tax on PPE at this time is unforgivable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wise, please.
No.
Muriel, you're on mute.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. Yes, like Councillor Carr, I was surprised at Councillor Harper's comments about political parties, which don't particularly seem appropriate to this debate. There was a long struggle to get the VAT on sanitary items reduced. I know that there are intentions now to reduce the tax on those items. I don't know whether it's happened in the current budget or it's due to happen when we leave Europe. I don't recall. But the purpose behind that was there were many people in the community who just weren't able to afford the sort of sanitary items they needed. And children were staying off school because while they had a periods, because they couldn't afford protection. And this item about quality face coverings is a really important item for people who are disabled or who are on low incomes, because people who are shielded like myself, we do need better quality masks when we go out, and that isn't going to end. It's still going to be true when we've been vaccinated. The medical officers say that actually we're going to be vulnerable well into this time next year in one way or another. So the opportunity to reduce or take away VAT on this item is just common sense. It isn't money wasted. It's money well spent if it's going to keep people out of hospital.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fall, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor Harper, that was just appalling. In politics, it's about choices, and I think now we know what yours are. It seems to be more about the money. And just to remind you, I'll just leave it at that because others have spoken very well on this already. Our frontline workers pay taxes too, and I just think that you need to reconsider your priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rhodes, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. We're supporting this motion, and we're supporting it for the right reasons, for the reasons actually that Councillor Wise has eloquently explained, that it is common sense and it is the right thing to do, and it helps the care homes and those places that unfortunately are having to buy very large quantities of PPE. But I have to say this, and I'm sad actually that it's come to this, that Councillor Harper's comments were misjudged. I'm disappointed, Tony, that you seem to think that it's helpful in this debate to resort to cheap jibes. People know my position in the Labour Party. I've never hidden it under a bushel, and they know my opinion of the former leader of the Labour Party. I've never hidden that under a bushel either. And to suggest that this is about Theresa May's magic money tree, and let's remind ourselves that was about not giving nurses a pay rise at the time. To suggest this is about the magic money tree is frankly nonsense. But if you want to talk about magic money trees, it's surprising how much the magic money tree is shed into Tory cronies and friends of ministers who seem to be given multi-million-pound contracts to deliver things that they've no experience of delivering. That's the magic money tree that's going off in this country. Corruption, Chairman, in high places in this country on a regular basis during this pandemic. There are people profiteering from coronavirus who are donors and friends and family of ministers and senior people in the Labour Party that are shaking the magic money tree at the moment. So I'm sorry, Tony, that your misjudged comments have brought the debate down to this level. But I don't think we need any lessons from Conservatives about the magic money tree.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zadrodznik.
Thank you, Chairman. I must admit I'm very surprised at Councillor Harper's comments and incredibly disappointed. I think the tone he struck was very misguided, and I've not an awful lot more to add than what the eloquent speech by Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Carr, where they joined the dots very quickly for Councillor Harper to suggest that the fiscal cost of this was so great, where the money has been spent very frivolously, to put it mildly, in high office on backslapping contracts for Tory pals is quite incredible. And I think it's often in this chamber, and I've been in this chamber 14 years, where the Labour Party or the Conservative Party have been in power at County Hall while their own government has been in power nationally. And still, those administrations of the day have taken the opportunity to disagree with something that their government has done because they fundamentally don't see it as the right thing for our residents. And for Councillor Harper to become such an apologist for the government, shows such a lack of judgment. It's unbelievable. I mean, to become that sort of an apologist and say, you know, this has got to be paid for, when this is going to put small businesses particularly to the wall, you know, small independent people who go out and provide care, or private small salons, or all of those small independent businesses, pet care and all those sorts of things that are well below the VATable level where they'll claim it back. I just think thinking about the socio-economic impact of this is absolutely enormous. And to be an apologist for Rishi Sunak at a time when he has been so frivolous with the country's finances, you know, the cost that he announced of 250 million is 150 million more than one single 400 million pounds contract that was passed to a Tory pal who had no prior knowledge or expertise in delivering PPE, and I just think it's a shameful set of point scoring which Tony came out with about you know, I'd written something in the chat about how passionate we were about this, and that's why the Conservative group aren't going to vote for it. Well, Tony, perhaps you should concentrate less on hating me and concentrate on a bit more on representing the people of Eastwood, because there's going to be hundreds of small businesses and thousands of families who have to fork out a few extra pence every day for this because you don't like me. Well, I think that's trite and disrespectful to the residents that we all represent. And quite frankly, we're in a national pandemic, the biggest problem that this country's faced since the Second World War. And you'd rather, you know, stick up for your pals in Westminster and point score with me than do what's right for your residents. And I think it's took a very, very sorry turn and taste of what this debate could have been for us delivering something positive. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Guilfoyle, please.
Thank you. Very posh, that, Guilfoyle.
Well, there you are, you see. You're a very, very smart young chap.
Thank you. Chairman, this is a really important issue. This is an essential piece of our attire today. It's an essential piece of everyday equipment that we need and that the public out there need. It's going to be here with us and possibly needed. We're looking at predictions May, even possibly June and later, where we will still have to wear face masks within our lives. And from my point of view, when we've seen our trading standards officers have been around shops confiscating PPE equipment that's not up to standard, that's not got a kite mark, that's not CE protected, I think you'll see another swell of that, where people who can't afford to pay the additional price of buying things with VAT on, you will see that undercurrent of saying, oh, well, we'll get this, we'll buy this. Or they'll take the opportunity, or they'll not wear one. So from my opinion, it is a part of health and safety. It's an essential item, and it should be subsidised. You know, I've even come to the point in some cases where it should actually be given free, given to people. If we want people to wear it all the time, it should be given free, because that's the only way that we're going to protect people today. You know, even with the new antidote that's coming out, you still have to wear PPE. You know, it's not going. It's not. You know, people call it you know, are you going to be immune? You're not going to be immune. You're still going to be able to pass that on, possibly. And so you're still going to have to wear PPE. And we've got to make this freely available for people. And we should have done from day one. And when we talk about finance, people are quite right. Actually, what's being said, I've heard, is that we will spend as much money as we need to get us through this situation. That's the story that we've been told. And I think that we should take the same attitude towards the provision of PPE equipment for people out there. Thank you, Chairman. I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, I have no others, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Martin, if he will please sum up. You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, well, I can only agree with Councillors Wise and Fole over the politics and Councillor Rhodes' common sense approach. And to be perfectly honest, Glyn, you've hit a real note there about the PPE, the quality and the standard of the PPE. Now, what you all don't seem to forget is that in my other life, I'm a builder, a subcontractor, a person who has to go into other people's houses to do their job. And a lot of my comrades across my industry and in other industries like hairdressing, nail, dog groomers, all that, none of them will ever reach the £85,000 VAT. So, Councillor Harper, you sounded almost like a taxman to me, reiterating and supporting Rishi Sunak. But let me tell you, as a member of your committee on adult health and social care, the cost of the lives and the burden on the hospital of this ill-thought and ill-conceived plan to charge VAT to the hairdresser who's been working down the road for Mrs. Jones and charging her £5 for the last 20 years is going to have a massive impact. And those people are going to be frightened to go into each other's houses. This is about saving money. It's a spend to save issue and protecting the residents of Nottinghamshire, if not the UK, against this thought, should I buy the right thing or should I just risk it? Because that's why COVID cases are still rising. And yes, the government has relented on it twice. They moved it back to the 31st of October and they should do so again, because the cost implication of those people going into the hospitals is far greater than reducing the cost of PPE 20%. And that's where we're at. And it's you have to move into the reality of living with people's lives who are frightened to death to do VAT or become VAT registered, and they'll never reach that threshold. It's £85,000. Some of them don't earn that in 2 years. So that's where we're at. And the reality is, from your leafy abode high up in Christ, that is where we are. People are scared to death to go to work, even in this pandemic, and we are still in it, and that's why the figures are still rising. And the government has reiterated that again by keeping us in tier 3. This is not some stunt. This is not some political shenanigan. This is the reality affecting thousands of people's, if not millions of people's lives across the whole of the country. And if you can't see that, then I think, you know, it's a poor tale. And I'm really sorry that the Conservatives aren't going to support this, because all of those people who are self-employed, like myself.
Chairman, point of order, please.
Yes, what is your point of order?
Yeah, I do not live in Crouch.
Thank you. Councillor, carry on, Councillor Martin.
Well, I apologise for that, Tony, because it's on the top of a hill, and that's my metaphor. You're on the top of a hill and not with the reality of the rest of the residents of Nottinghamshire, if not the UK, because they are fearful for their lives. And the implication of that 20% on the VAT on that PPE is criminal, and it should not be done. So therefore, I urge you all to support this motion on behalf of the working class and the subcontractors and the self-employed people across the country. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. I'm now proposing to go to the vote.
Can I move a recorded vote, please, Chairman?
I'll second
that.
Yeah.
Well, hang on and give me a chance. It's proposed and seconded. Those in favour of, I think that's the numbers. Thank you. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. If I could start with Councillor Allen, please. Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bosniak.
For.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown. I know Councillor Brown can hear the debate, but he's having trouble communicating, so I will come back to him. He said he was going to try and indicate, so one of our Democratic Services colleagues will follow. He's against. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cutts.
Against.
Councillor Deakin.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner.
For.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
For.
Councillor Handley.
Against.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Knight. Councillor John Knight.
Conservator, you're on mute.
Councillor John Knight.
Sorry, Anthony. Against.
Thank you, John. Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Payne. Councillor Michael Payne.
For.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Peck.
For.
Councillor Place.
For.
Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Rhodes.
For.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
Against.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
Against.
Councillor Saddington. Councillor Sue Saddington. I'll come back to you, Sue. Councillor Sissons.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Simbaridis.
For.
Thank you, Barry. Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Vice. Muriel. You're on mute, Muriel. I'm very sorry.
Yes. For.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Councillor Wetton. Councillor Andy Wetton. You're on mute, Andy.
For. Sorry about that.
That's okay, thank you. Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. Councillor Jonathan Wheeler. I'll come back to you, Jonathan. Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
And Councillor Zadrozny.
For.
Okay. Just going to come back and make sure that we cover off those colleagues who were missing.
I think you might not have me, Chief Exec.
I don't. I'm just going to come to you, Councillor Saddington. Thank you. Councillor Saddington.
I missed it. Loss of connection. Against.
Thank you. And Sarah, I think that just leaves Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
I've just spoken to Councillor Wheeler. He's against, please. Okay, he's trying to connect now.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, thanks for bearing with me. We'll just top those up and come back to you.
I vote against.
Thank you for your patience, colleagues. So there are 32 votes cast for the motion and there are 32 votes cast against the motion. Colleagues may recall that means the chairman has a casting vote under the terms of the County Council's constitution. So I shall now ask the chairman how he chooses to cast his vote.
I am against.
Thank you. Okay, Chairman, so you can now announce the result.
So there were 432 against 33. So the motion falls.
Can I have clarification again, please, whether Councillor Jonathan Wheeler was able to listen to the debate? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. I'm very happy to see if we can get that clarification for you. Just bear with me a moment.
Chief Executive, I was. The laptop crashed as you started calling the votes.
Thank you so much, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Carr, are you satisfied?
Well, satisfied with the answer, not the outcome. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on then to motion number 3. And I call on Richard Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I might well ask whether the member who appeared to be sat in a car earlier on in the meeting has been able to listen to the entirety of the debates that we've had so far before voting, but let's leave that one there.
Don't you worry about me, Richard. I'm paying very close attention to your shenanigans.
There we go. Do you want me to read motion 3, Chairman, or
yes, please?
Moving it. Okay, so thank you. So the motion 3 reads: this council is concerned that water companies continue to allow the discharge of significant amounts of untreated sewage into our watercourses and waterways during periods of heavy rainfall. It has been reported that in their respective regions last year, untreated sewage was released almost 40,000 times by Severn Trent Water and more than 10,000 times by Anglian Water. Council resolves to write to Severn Trent and Anglian Water seeking an explanation and demanding that they invest more into the monitoring and reduction of these discharges in order to prevent raw sewage polluting the county's watercourses, killing wildlife, damaging biodiversity and undermining all attempts to create a cleaner, better environment. Chairman, the motion calls on the Water Companies of England, which in our area means mainly Severn Trent, but also includes Anglian Water in the northeastern corner of the county, to do more to prevent the discharge of untreated sewage into the local watercourses during significant flood events. England has a hybrid sewer system with a large percentage operating as a combined sewer made up of hundreds of thousands of miles of sewers built by Victorians in many urban centres. This means that clean rainwater and wastewater from toilets, bathrooms and kitchens are conveyed in the same pipe to the local sewage treatment works. During heavy rainfall, the capacity of these pipes can be exceeded, raising the risk that sewage treatment works become inundated, causing dirty water to back up and flood people's homes, roads and open spaces. Combined sewer outflows, or CSOs for short, were therefore developed as overflow valves, which temporarily allow the direct discharge of this untreated sewage into waterways during these flood events. These discharges are often described as spills, a term which implies an accidental occurrence, but data collected earlier this year by the Guardian newspaper suggests that these events are worryingly routine. Water companies were told by government to install monitoring on the majority of these CSOs by March of this year, but by June this year, 3,400 of the 10,000 inland outflows owned by the 9 water companies still had no monitoring installed. From the CSOs where monitoring is installed, it was revealed that 6,508 inland CSOs released untreated sewage into England's waterways 204,134 times last year. These spills occurred over 1.53 million hours across the 9 water company areas. Most relevant to us in Nottinghamshire and the Midlands is the information that having fitted monitoring devices to just 1,239 of its 2,879 inland CSOs, Severn Trent Water monitors recorded the discharge of untreated sewage 272,000 times. The Environment Agency points out on its website that overflows of diluted sewage during heavy rainfall are not a sign that the system is faulty. They issue permits which allow water companies to do this on condition that any more than 60 discharges a year should trigger an investigation by the Environment Agency. However, critics observe that the agency relies on water companies to self-monitor their CSOs. I think many of us, most of us probably would agree that this feels less than satisfactory. And whilst I don't wish to turn this into a debate about the extent of global warming, I will say that if you believe that the incidence and severity of heavy rain and flood events is increasing, not least here in Nottinghamshire, then the prospect of greater amounts of untreated sewage being released into our local waterways is alarming, to say the least. The water companies argue that such pollutants are diluted to safe levels by the time they reach the major rivers, but that doesn't alleviate my concern about a significant amount of sewage that is pouring into our smaller local waterways, damaging fish, animals and plant life, and potentially causing risk to human health. The Environment Agency states that it is working closely with water companies to ensure that they are closely monitoring and reporting back on their discharge activity. They've already identified over 700 overflows to be investigated and 40 overflows to be improved over the next 5 years. The agency states that if the water companies are found to be polluting the waters or breaching permit conditions, enforcement action, including civil sanctions, are taken, with 4 water companies' prosecutions last year resulting in fines of £1.3 million. The agency states that it also works closely with DEFRA and Ofwat to drive improvements. In 2019, Ofwat introduced a package of allowances and incentives for the next 5 years, challenging water companies to reduce pollution incidents by a third and requiring them to invest £4.8 billion in environmental improvements. Water and sewage companies have already improved over 7,000 overflows to secure water company and amenity benefits. So, Chairman, work is being done to tackle this issue, but in view of Nottinghamshire County Council's own commitment to protect and improve our environment, not to mention our responsibilities with regard to flood management, I'm asking members to support this motion, making clear to Severn Trent how serious our concerns are, and demanding that they do more and invest more to monitor sewage spills and increase the capacity of their sewer systems and pumping works to minimise the occurrence of untreated sewage discharges into our waterways. I readily acknowledge that this work that is already being done to upgrade our outdated sewer systems, such as the huge Newark Waste and Water Improvement Project, which you will be very familiar with.
Very.
But much more progress still needs to be made. Thank you, Chairman. I move the motion and I hope that members will unanimously support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lawton to second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I second the motion. I will speak. I split my contribution into three areas. One is what is happening to these watercourses, why it's happening, and what I believe that the Severn Trent and Anglian Water can do about the issue to put it right. One is that the first thing, so what is happening, that these sewage releases are causing the scientific term eutrophication in the watercourses, and this is creating an increase in the nitrogen and nutrient levels of the water, which is creating algal blooms, which you see it's like a slime that's on the surface of the water. It's also causing oxygen depletion within the watercourses, which is killing species, local endemic species in the watercourses themselves. Not only that, it promotes anaerobic respiration, which is causing methane levels to be released from these areas, and it promotes disease. The recent pandemic, the sewage companies are actually looking for levels of COVID within the actual sewage itself to be able to assess levels of infection across the population as a whole. The other issue, there's several issues. The other one is that there is a high predominance of antibiotics within this in this sewage, which is obviously having an impact on our ability to be able to provide defence for disease in the population. We have smell, we have people swimming in sewage, increased coliform levels within the watercourses. And this ruins complex environmental organisations within the actual watercourses themselves, and has a long-term impact on the viability and the health of our environment. There are occasions where many of us are actually drinking water which has been treated and from these watercourses, and in some cases there is a considerable a degree of actual people drinking water that people have released into those watercourses with that has been contaminated with sewage. And finally, one of the major impacts in these environments is the release of heavy metals, unfortunately, which sewage is very high in, which is predominantly lead, but others like manganese and other such elements. So why is it happening? Well, as Richard has alluded to, we've got the joint sewers, and also we have private sewers as well. I mean, I have communities that don't have a sewage system, that are releasing raw, supposedly treated sewage into the water course, which is in fact has no treatment at all. And the recent legislation that came into operation in 2020 unfortunately only deals with those situations when those properties are sold. So floodwaters are overtopping these sewage systems. We've got inadequate treatment plants, lack of robust planning in local authorities to ensure that these treatment plants are up to scratch, and an inability to operate the sustainable drainage system, which was part and parcel of the 2010 Flood and Water Act. And this lack of investment could be addressed, as I'll come on to in a minute. The increase in development is also having this significant impact on the amount of sewage which is obviously being produced. So what can they do about it? Well, first of all, they can do their job and invest. Now, there's no doubt they have spent 10 million in Newark, they've spent £1 million in Farnsfield, in my patch, where we've had significant sewage issues. But what they need to do is promote an effective water forum, and the Water Forum is an organisation set up to be able to monitor the operation of Severn Trent and basically report them to Ofwat. And they have to liaise with the Water Forum. Unfortunately, the Water Forum is set up by Severn Trent. There are only 2 elected representatives on the Water Forum, and as a result, in my view, in fact, as a past member, it is an ineffectual body. It gets bogged down in science and doesn't deal with the issues which are affecting many of our residents. The Environment Agency needs to get their act together and actually start to not believe what these water companies are telling them, and do the relevant research and collect the relevant evidence and fine Severn Trent. The big problem is when they fine Severn Trent, the bill arrives on the taxpayer and not on the shareholder. And that is a significant issue which is driving many of these issues. We also need to educate the residents that are releasing sewage, raw sewage, into our watercourses, and educate them and ensure that they upgrade their system. So it's about promoting sustainable investment, and really, I know it sounds a bit crass, but concentrate on sewage as a major issue which is affecting the environment. So I would like to support this motion, and there are ways to improve it and get us out of the mess that we are in at this present point of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to support the motion moved by Councillor Jackson, an issue that directly affects my patch, the villages of Calverton, Woodborough and Lamley. Every time there's heavy rainfall and mixes, we get raw sewage coming through in certain areas, and it's always the same people having the same issues. And there's an issue currently being discussed in Parliament through a private member's bill led by the Right Honourable Philip Dunn, the Conservative MP for Ludlow in Shropshire. Ludlow lies on the banks of the River Thames, which flows into the Severn. The Sewage Inlet Waters Bill received its first reading in February last year and is due for its second reading in January. The bill proposes to place a new duty on water companies to take all reasonable steps to ensure that untreated sewage from the foul drain sewer network is not discharged into rivers and other inland waters. It requires the government, the water regulator Ofwat and the Environment Agency to ensure water companies comply with that duty, and for the water companies to take certain specific steps, all predicated on a framework for increased and more detailed reporting of performance and measuring compliance. As Councillor Jackson explained, our motion aims in particular a kick up the backside at Severn Trent Water and to a lesser extent Anglian Water, asking them to take the initiative to invest in reducing sewage discharges because it's the right thing to do. But if it's to transpire that tighter legislation will compel such action, then all the more reason for water companies to preempt this and act early. In its recent determination of charging by water companies for the 5-year period 21 to 25, Ofwat limited price rises to consumers, which could be seen as effectively capping investment and improving water quality in water companies' capital plans. However, in the past 10 years, those companies have paid out 13.4 billion in dividends, and directors' pay has soared. In fact, it is reported that the highest paid chief executives were Severn Trent, with a salary package of £2.4 million. You will appreciate, Chairman, that as a Conservative, I am not in the business of opposing private utilities or profits. State-run utilities back in the day also stood accused of wasting public money through expensive bureaucracy and were not particularly effective at getting things done. But whatever way these companies are run, we need to keep them honest. We need to remind them that their duty is to provide a first-class water supply and treatment service for their customers. To this end, the Sewage Inland Waters Bill proposes measures which are in accordance with this motion and more besides. It would require water companies to maintain and publish a register of combined sewer overflows, or CSOs, and a biannual report on those assets. It requires them to be progressively install continuous monitoring of all discharges of treated or untreated sewage from the CSOs to give the full picture of performance. From this, they would be required to monitor and publish reports on quality and duration of discharges made from the CSOs, so the Environment Agency can identify where the system is not operating as it should and guide water companies to target investigations and investment. The bill requires the installation of alternative biological or nature-based treatments at water treatment works. It seeks to progressively reduce reliance on CSOs in order to achieve the separation of sewage water and surface water collection systems, thereby reducing the overload of sewers during heavy rainfall. And it proposes new responsibilities and powers for the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs to enforce such measures and keep Parliament updated. So clearly, Chairman, the task of minimising untreated sewage overflows is multifaceted and requires commitment from the water companies, the regulating authorities and the public alike.
You have less than a minute.
Severn Trent Water and the other water utilities cannot solve this problem alone. However, they do have responsibility to show initiative to invest, to take the lead for the public to follow. They are, after all, the bodies responsible for the provision and the quality of our water, be that out of our taps or our streams, ponds and rivers. I commend the efforts being made in Parliament, and I commend this motion, which I hope will enable Nottinghamshire County Council to make its position clear. As an authority, we do not have direct responsibility for the management of water quality, but we have a major interest in securing the best outcomes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. You can have a good breath now.
Yes. How long did I have left?
17 seconds.
Shall I carry on?
No.
Okay.
Councillor Clark, Councillor Neil Clark, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. In supporting this motion, it is time, as Councillor Jackson proposed, that Severn Trent is brought. Excuse me a second. Can I have a bit of feedback here? Can you just switch yours on? Sorry about that, Chairman. Had a bit of feedback. So it is time that Severn Trent is brought to book regarding the service they provide. I'm sure we can all cite examples of flooding. I have several villages that experience serious flooding in my division, where obviously in some cases raw sewage does appear. So I've talked to and I've checked with my local planning authority, and it appears that Severn Trent are pretty remiss in reacting to inquiries from the planning authority. In fact, they've never objected to any schemes, and I'm told that they hardly ever, if ever, respond to inquiries and consultations regarding planning applications. So I think it's probably incumbent upon us to maybe lobby our own local planning authorities and ask them to lobby government to increase the pressure on the water companies to increase their investment in this service. People have a right to connect to sewerage, that's enshrined in law. But what I've found is that the local water companies never ask for any Section 106 agreements or any Section 106 money to help in investment. And that's despite obviously them getting increased water rates as a result of more and more houses being developed. So combined sewers, they deliver clear rainwater unnecessarily into the gullies and disposal plants, and that adds to the surge in times of flood. So I think it's incumbent upon the water companies to invest and improve their disposal service, and it is time that they did actually take heed and did something and reacted positively and get that extra investment for our new housing developments, and also to alleviate our existing residents from all the problems that they incur. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, this is an issue which, of course, we are concerned about, and the figures that have been quoted are in the public domain after a Freedom of Information request and published in The Guardian. The discharge of significant amounts of untreated sewage into our watercourses and waterways during periods of heavy rainfall is something that we have raised continuously, and I think there's around about 60% of properties are pre-war. So this is with a combined foul and top water system. This is linked to our education campaign across Ashfield, stop residents flushing unsuitable items like sanitary towels and nappies, and in some case chip wrappers, down the toilet and the sewage into the sewage system. And another thing that blocks up sewers like that is rice and takeaway food. So obviously it's also quite clear that the county council's drainage robust, it's not an exact robust gully cleaning system, because about 80% of them, if I'm right, only get looked at every other year. So that's another problem that we could help with, actually. And maybe instead of, criticising others in an attempt to get some headlines, you could communicate with them and work with them to eradicate the problem. So we will be supporting this motion today. But I must point out there's a bit of hypocrisy here, because as part of our research for this motion, we got in touch with Severn Trent, and not once has this county council been in touch with them about this issue, and neither have councillors Lawton and Jackson been in touch with them about this issue. In fact, not one Conservative councillor has been in touch with them at all. Indeed, the only party that's been in communication with them about this issue is the Ashfield Independents. So, I hear what you're saying, but also, as well as that, it's the Environment Agency's job to keep these bodies in touch, and Ofwat, and along with Nottinghamshire Wildlife Trust and the other wildlife trusts across the different counties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Very remiss of me to sort of make any comments on what other councillors wish to say, but I can assure you that myself, Bruce, and many others spent many, many months, 3.5 years of having Severn Trent dig holes, and regularly I pace up on the Beacon Heights to work out why we get flooding at the top of the hill and not at the bottom of the hill. So it's not just a matter for Ashfield. But can I move on now then to Councillor Ogle, please?
Thank you, Chairman. My contribution is to be supplementary to my colleagues and a summary of my experiences in my patch. And I'll start off by saying that I have contacted Severn Trent on a number of occasions when the situation has warranted it. And the last time I contacted them was a couple of weeks ago. The Tuxford Division communities experience toxic discharges into their community, like many of yours. The drains taking the quantity of top water connected.
I've seen these.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Apologies.
Connected from residents' roof water, drives, and even Notts County Council highway drainage. And they all join the sewage and are overwhelmed in heavy rain. The discharges spout up from inspection chambers, manholes, highway chambers onto the roads, pavements, and gardens. And most of this is Severn Trent's responsibility and its inadequate capacity. Locations to avoid if you're in my area are East Markham High Street, Low Street, regular spillages, Dunham, Ragnall, and North Leverton. The North Leverton sewage system was assessed and a replacement for the capacity constraints was prepared in 2008 by Severn Trent. This work has never been carried out, and the need for the upgrade was established at the time by Severn Trent, and that is awaiting installation. But they do not do the work that they deem essential. So the danger persists. It's a horror spiller, not a thriller, not from Manila, taking place in our communities in this country. When the water is gone, the sewage remains more than nasty, dangerous at any time, but more so now with the COVID-19. Impotent inspections from Severn Trent, who are legally responsible, poor reactions to justifiable community complaints. All these spillages do find their way into the streams, as has been said. And with the increased demand for houses, the problem will get worse. The achievements of the Victorian councils and pride of the city councils in the 19th century was to install new sewers and channel the waste more safely. In this day and age, it is astonishing that anyone accepts these spillages as unavoidable. Now we have COVID-19, uncontrolled waste infecting our communities is a great means of infection that has not been acknowledged by the government or Severn Trent or even our council till now. And it's deadly, and it requires more resources to remedy. Thank you for that, Chairman. I've completed.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. I will vote for this motion because there are some important things in here. I'd just like to mention to Councillor Martin that I am actually talking to Severn Trent at the moment about flooding in Bramcote and in Beeston. So it's not just the Ashfield Independents that talk to Severn Trent. But thereby, I'll forgive you, Councillor Martin. But there's been some interesting things said from some Conservative councillors this afternoon, and given that Councillor Harper set a bit of a precedent here with the VAT on PPE outburst from him, just some things that have been said this afternoon by some Conservative councillors. Councillor Lawton says that the Environment Agency should do their job, and they need to pull their weight. Can I remind Councillor Lawton that the Environment Agency is part of DEFRA, and my understanding that the Secretary of State for DEFRA is a Conservative, George Eustace MP. So perhaps you should start by talking to him. Also, you said that they should be doing their job and invest. And also, when they are taken to court because of the discrepancies, the bill arrives on the taxpayer and not the shareholder. Well, actually, it arrives on the customers and not the taxpayer. But you know, these are public. They're not in the public sector. These are PLCs. I'd like to remind the Conservative councillors on here that on the 6th of December 1989, all of these companies were floated on the stock market. Now, I'm not a wholesale believer in nationalisation for nationalisation's sake, but actually water supply, I would have thought, is something that shouldn't have even been considered to be in private company hands, because the primary responsibility of a company is to its shareholders first and everybody else second. And this is too important an issue to be in the hands of capitalism, quite frankly. It needs to be collective community when it comes to water supply. But having said that, we've got to try and do something about it. But there's very little you can do about a public limited company unless you bring in the law, or unless you actually pass legislation to actually make them do these things. So perhaps that's where we should be aiming our fire, and not actually at the companies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to talk about the small water courses and the streams through our towns and villages, because as many of us will recall, when we were children, younger, we played in these streams. They were full of wildlife. There were snails, there was little sticklebacks, there was water fleas, there were shrimps to be found, and sometimes you could actually find langoustines, which of course in this country are called shrimps. All of these have disappeared because of the quality of the water. And it's not really something that's happened recently. Councillor Carr's talked about when the water companies were privatised. I have to remind everybody that before then, the water companies were in the remit of councils such as ours, and they were discharging raw sewage into the water courses. So at least it's improved a little bit since then. Now it's a spillage and an overtopping that we're talking about. That's not the only problem with the water courses, of course. It's things like when we spray the pavements with Roundup, for example, which washes into the water courses, kills the plants off, and the wildlife's already gone already. That whole biodiversity, that whole food chain's disappeared. And because of that, the whole of the countryside's being degraded. And therefore, we are getting less and less of what we want for carbon offset because the water courses themselves are dirty. We do support trees, of course, who drink up the water from that. I recall very well when the privatisation took place. It was very popular at the time and everyone bought shares in it. I seem to recall when they buy £200 worth of shares and the whole nation flocked towards it. But we only get money from where we charge taxation in this country. And the previous debates, you don't want to charge tax on something. So where's the money going to come from to improve it, except from the private companies? And that's where I think we should be heading with this. If we're going to clean up our small water courses, the larger water courses will remain dirty as well. And therefore, I think council should seriously consider banning spraying of weeds with DNA, buy equipment which can be bought these days to size up the pavements and sweep the roads a bit better, so the weeds themselves are removed from there. And we don't go around doing it the easy way with a sprayer, except it isn't easy, it's a very lengthy time. So a bit of technology would help, and a bit of care would help. And that comes across all councils, whether it's this council, which is a large council, or the small district councils, to take the easy way out when it comes to weed spraying. So I think there's something for everybody here. And I do think we should support this motion. It appears to be going this way. Severn Trent are in charge of the pumping stations. They could, if they wanted to, upgrade them. If they were minded to, they would upgrade them. If they had to, they would certainly upgrade them. And I suspect we're getting down to that stage now when they have to upgrade them for the sake of the health of the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawton, you were saying you have a clarification issue? You're on mute. That's it. No.
I apologise. Councillor Martin is completely wrong. with reference to my situation as far as Severn Trent. I'm regularly in dialogue with Severn Trent and with the foul water officers at Severn Trent. I don't know where he's got his information from. He's obviously made it up within his speech.
Can we just leave the that part to the fact that you have been in contact?
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, if I may, very quickly.
Yes.
I was a member of the Water Forum. Every 5 years, Severn Trent has to put forward its plans to Ofwat before it is allowed to continue its contract. The Water Forum is there to be able to put forward representation to Ofwat as to the ability of Severn Trent to carry out its job. As a result of this, and being a member of that Water Forum, I instigated the fact that there was a fining process put in place for foul water drainage, not only internal, but external in people's gardens. That is the level of input that I have had on foul water drainage and foul water issues.
Thank you very much, Bruce.
Not sat on the backside doing nothing.
Thank you, Bruce. Councillor Madden.
Thank you, Chair. I think to solve these arguments between various councillors, if you read the motion again, the motion refers to increased activity of foul waters after heavy rainfall. This has grown exponentially in the last year or two, given our weather changes. We used to get 1 in 100 events. Now they seem to be in 100 years. Now they seem to be 1 in 100 days. So this is what's caused the problem. I totally support this motion because it does keep flagging up. The Rivers Trust are being very active at the moment, trying to get people on board to identify where these things are happening and to act against it. Members may be wondering about why we've raised the fact about a robust gully cleaning. I think this is half the problem. Outside on the stretch of Derby Road, I have pine needles and assorted leaves all year round blocking up the drains. And I go out regularly with my little poker, etc., to try and get things sorted and end up putting them in my black bin. So a robust gully cleaning programme would be appreciated, Councillor Cotty. So, as I say, I support this, as the problem has grown quite considerably over the last 2 years. But also I would flag up that perhaps County Council could also look to doing a similar motion on the removal of riverside vegetation, thereby enhancing continuously, regardless of heavy rainfall, of the washing of soil and associated farming chemicals into rivers 365 days a year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Richard Jackson, can I point out that you haven't completed this is the third one. There are 3 more motions to come before you. So could I ask, as members making their contributions would make new materials and not just repeating what other members have said. So Councillor Richard Jackson, please.
I hadn't indicated to speak, Chairman. Did you want me to sum up? There are still a couple of members.
No, sorry. Yes, sorry. No, your name had been inserted in my little list. I apologise.
I'm glad I'm at the top of your priority list.
Thank you. Councillor Cotty.
Thank you, Chairman. That was really good timing. I can answer Councillor Rachel Madden's question. Yes, we have upped the gully cleaning, Councillor Madden, and I just realised with you doing that, I haven't got my headphones on and I'm leaning back from the machine. So, thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to go through, some people have repeated or I'll repeat some of what some of the other people have said, so I'm not going to do that. But I will say that I was a parish councillor at Bicel Parish Council in the 90s, and I was chairman there, and that's when my communications with Severn Trent started, because of the sewage went into the watercourse. And sadly for the village of Eastleek, they get everything that comes from a lot of my area, and that situation is still there now. We have a problem in Willoughby on the Wolds, where similar flooding happening with sewage going into gardens and onto the main road, etc. And Severn Trent are there all the time. I regularly have meetings with them. I also have meetings with them over water supplies to our communities, because the pipes and everything were put in a long time ago. So I agree with Councillor Carr about the legislation side of it when he was talking about that. I'm not going to go into more detail, but just to say that I will support the motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Councillor Quigley, can I just confirm that did Roger Jackson put his hand up? If not, Councillor Quigley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It really goes back to Councillor Martin's comment. And in fact, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he's obviously not talking to the right people at Severn Trent. I personally have had many people from Severn Trent, not only in meetings, but at my house, looking at various issues in the area. And we've also had a meeting with our local MP and the Environment Agency and the water authorities since he was elected in 2019. So I think Councillor Martin is probably just trying to make a cheap political comment. That's all I'll say, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hollis, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And I think it runs nicely with comments just made there by Councillor Quigley and Councillor Lawton. Whatever they might feel about, and I suppose it's far from the youngest member and myself in the chamber to be making these comments, really, but particularly Councillor Lawton, his role as governance and ethics chairman, to be calling someone to say that one of Ashfield independent members, Councillor Martin, has made something up, I think is absolutely outrageous. I think he could have said it in a completely different way. If there is a potential Councillor Martin has made a mistake, I think he could have said that. But to accuse another member, particularly in his position as governance and ethics chairman, is completely abhorrent. And I really hope Councillor Lawton will acknowledge this mistake. And as have I and Councillor Martin have both done in the past, make an apology to full council to that fact. And I welcome him doing
Would you
that.
please move to the motion under discussion, please?
I am, Mr. Chairman, but as members in the past have made agreements, I think it's appropriate that I made that
made your
clear.
statement. Would you like to move, please, to the contents of the actual motion?
And I know your hurryment of me commenting on your own members' activity. I know you don't show the same courtesy to them, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
don't make
moving
assumptions, Councillor.
Well, it's a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman. Moving on, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
do not make assumptions about other people. Would you now continue with making your comments in respect of the motion under discussion?
Have you finished, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. I will speak now, as I've tried to do a number of times. Like Councillor Carr, I think I share a similar kind of frustration, but also agreement. I think the motion itself, as a matter of fact, is correct. I certainly share Councillor Carr's kind of overall sentiment that it could not only go further, but also touches on a slight hypocrisy. And my own twist to that is, I think it's fantastic that this council is now taking an environmental stance on this particular issue, but I think there's a far greater effort we could do with particularly our spending power, but a number of other activities to improve the environment and safety and health aspects of Nottinghamshire residents when it comes to air quality and water quality, with regards to environmental policies, particularly whether it be of the pension fund, but also the county council funds in general. But overall, Mr. Chairman, I really welcome this motion, and of course I'll be supporting it, but I appreciate you taking the time to hear my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doddy, please. You're on mute, John.
How am I now?
You're all right, clear.
Thanks very much, Chair. One of the fastest growing outdoor hobbies of the last few years has been open water swimming. It's really started to catch on around the country, and very interestingly, most recently, it has been shown to be very useful in the management of people with long COVID symptoms. That somehow that cold water reinvigorates the brain and the body. And it's a form of social prescribing to encourage people to be able to go out and swim and get in tune with nature. It's very hard to do so when the risk of things such as E. coli and giardiasis and Campylobacter and Cryptosporidium and leptospirosis and diseases that could make you seriously ill exist due to sewage getting into these particular waters. I remember some time back when David Walliams did his big swim down the Thames for charity, and his biggest risk was not that he wouldn't be able to swim it, he would be able to escape the Thames tummy, which was the terrible gastroenteritis that would weaken you and stop you being able to swim for 7 or 8 days to get down 140 miles. So from a health perspective and long COVID and social prescribing and getting people out, this is a much bigger thing than Severn Trent, because our beaches are being soiled and made unusable by bathers, by surfers, etc. And it is really a much bigger problem than that. My solution would probably be to make the CEOs of all these companies swim at least 4 times a year in the outdoor waters themselves, and then to make sure to see if they're happy to continue discharging sewage into the water. Thanks. I support the motion.
Thank you very much. There is one more speaker, and that is Councillor Gordon Wheeler. But before I go to him, Councillor Martin, do you have a issue clarification that you wish to raise?
Yes, the point of clarification is, Chair, is that a lot of the county councillors may have been in touch with Severn Trent about flooding issues and not about discharge of sewage into the natural watercourses, which is what the motion is about. And I take it on board because I've got broad shoulders, so have a pop at me if you like, but as Chair of Governance and Ethics, I think you're out of order. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to now Councillor Gordon Walker. Following that, we will go to the vote, please. Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be brief. Councillor Martin, who is a very active member of my committee, whose Community in Place Review and Development Committee, he will know from that committee that we carried out an in-depth study of gully cleansing in Nottinghamshire County Council. And I thank Councillor Martin for his contribution in that committee. Those findings from my committee then went to the Community in Place Committee. I've got the papers in front of me. That was the meeting on the 5th of November on agenda item 5. The full programme of works with Nottinghamshire County Council and VIA and their partners is set up in that paper. Councillor Madden, I think you raised this, what are Nottinghamshire County Council and VIA doing? We're doing a lot. I suggest when you've got a chance to, have a look at that paper. As I repeat, the Community in Place meeting on the 5th of November, go to agenda item 5. There was a very detailed presentation from Martin Carnarvon as well. And he sent out slides immediately afterwards. You've got all that information ready with you. You will see the active part the County Council, VIA and our partners are playing in doing what we can to assist Severn Trent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The final person obviously would be Councillor Richard Jackson. Do you wish to sum up, and in which case would you be brief?
I will be very brief, Chairman. Thank you. I thank members for their support for the motion, and quite rightly, I think it looks like it will be unanimous. I will point out to Councillor Martin that I have spoken to Severn Trent and indeed ask a question about exactly this issue of Severn Trent and a specific sewage station. The fact that they couldn't answer that, I think, tells me that that's one of the majority of their pumping stations that doesn't have monitoring equipment on it, and that really gets to the heart of what the problem is here and why we are asking Severn Trent to up their game and to get this monitoring equipment onto those sewage works in line with the instruction from Ofwat and from central government. So with that, Chairman, again, thank members for their support.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to the motion. Chief Executive, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Starting with Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Barnfather.
4.
Councillor Bosniak. Councillor Joyce
4.
Bosniak. Thank you. Councillor Bradley. Councillor Ben Bradley.
Sorry, 4.
Thank you, Ben. Councillor Brooks. Nikki, did I hear you say 4?
You did.
Thank you, Nikki. Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Butler.
4.
Councillor Carr.
4.
Councillor John Clark.
4.
Councillor Neil Clark.
4.
Councillor Cotty.
4.
Councillor Creamer.
4.
Councillor Cutts.
4.
Councillor Deakin.
4.
Councillor Doddy.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Fielding.
4.
Councillor Fole.
4.
Councillor Garner.
4.
Councillor Guilfoyle.
4.
Councillor Girling.
4.
Councillor Greaves.
4.
Councillor Handley.
4.
Councillor Harper.
4.
Councillor Henry.
4.
Councillor Henshaw.
4.
Councillor Hollis.
4.
Councillor Hopewell.
4.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
4.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
4.
Councillor Kerry.
4.
Councillor Knight. Councillor John Knight.
4.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Longdon.
4.
Councillor Madden.
4.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Meal.
4.
Councillor Ogle.
4.
Councillor Owen.
4.
Councillor Payne.
4.
Councillor Peck.
4.
Councillor Place. Councillor Plant.
4.
Councillor Pringle.
4.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
4.
Councillor Quigley.
4.
Councillor Rhodes.
4.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
4.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
4.
Councillor Saddington.
4.
Councillor Sissons.
4.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Taylor. Councillor Simbaridis.
4.
Councillor Vickers.
4.
Councillor Walker.
4.
Councillor Wallace.
4.
Councillor Vice.
4.
Councillor Wetton.
4.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
4.
Councillor Woodhead.
4.
Councillor Martin Wright. Councillor Zadrozny.
4.
So that's carried unanimously, Chairman. And can I remind you that Councillor Payne will come back on a point of clarification on an earlier report.
Okay, the motion is approved. Before I go on to motion number 4, I understand Councillor Payne wishes to raise an issue in respect of earlier on in the proceedings. Councillor Payne.
And thank you for your good grace in allowing me to come back in. Just to record that the number of signatures referenced in the response petition B in the pack reads 41 signatures. It was a petition that I presented at the last full council meeting. It should actually read 523 signatures. And just for the purpose of the public record, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to clarify that and thank you for allowing me to come back in.
That's fine, thank you. That's just been done. Thank you. Moving on then to motion number 4. Councillor Doddy, please.
Yes, thanks very much indeed. I keep getting flash. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, thank you, Stuart. I keep getting flashed up here that my network is very poor, so I'm hoping I've got time enough to get through the motion. I am aware that it's motion number 4 of 6, and therefore I'll keep that in mind. It's a motion that's very close to my heart, and it has been evolving over quite a number of months now, and I'll start with the first paragraph, which says that we recognise the increased number of Nottinghamshire people working from home. And this has been useful to reduce the R factor. Now, it's very interesting. I started a master's degree in public health last September, and the R factor was actually one of the exam questions. Nowadays, everybody is an epidemiologist. If you were asking somebody what the R factor is, they could tell you what it was down the supermarket, down the newsagents. So we're all wonderfully aware of what it is now. The second paragraph talks about the increase in home working could bring about a permanent change in the way some organisations conduct their business. Not only could it, but Deloitte recently closed down its offices in the centre of Nottingham, making 160 people permanent home workers. It goes on to say that while many people have worked happily, it says that other people have found it a challenge, isolating and being stressed. University studies have shown that 60% of people working from home have developed a new physical symptom, and 70% of people a new mental health symptom. The last paragraph talks about employers ensuring that their employees working from home are given practical and personal support that they need, so that it doesn't have a negative impact on their mental, physical health and well-being. In fact, employers' responsibility is exactly the same. Just because you work from home doesn't mean that you're any less an employee than if you were sitting in the office in front of people. The great challenge came that on the 16th of March, this country was closed down. We were all told to work from home if possible. The simple reality of that is that within days, the Office of National Statistics reported that over 50% of the entire workforce was doing some of its work from home, an enormous switch from what we were used to. Clearly, large areas of the workforce couldn't, such as myself, such as frontline workers, such as people in care homes, such as the people in the hospitals. So there was a huge amount of people who couldn't do that, but everybody who could do it did do it, and they did it exceptionally quickly overnight under direction. What I'm here to tell you today is much as though people working from home initially might have embraced it, they don't have that long bus journey into work, they don't have to drive, they don't have to have any of that expense, and they get to stay at home and they can feed the cat and take the dog for a walk. The simple reality is all that glitters is not gold. And as time has evolved, what we're seeing now is that working from home is a significant disease risk factor. It is not a benign transition. It's a transition that happens such that people were not able to bring their equipment home with them. They were not able to bring their chairs, their computers. They were not able to be ergonomically assessed so that they could do it correctly. And the reason I'm bringing the motion forward is that they come through my door on a daily basis. The first people through were the ones with the bad backs and the bad necks. And what they were doing is sitting at kitchen tables, breakfast bars, perched on stools for hour after hour, looking into tiny computers in a way that after a few weeks, their backs and necks start to become a problem. Sore feet. How many people working from home walk around in their bare feet over hard kitchen floors and a few months later don't realise they've developed policeman's foot, otherwise known as plantar fasciitis? If you put the mechanical side of things to one side and say that they're not sitting properly, as many of you might not be doing at this moment in time, bearing in mind that you're working from home in a way. The second lot of symptoms were the bowels. If you work in your kitchen and you can turn around and open your fridge without ever having to leave your stool, your eating habits changed enormously. And little by little, when we go out to work, we might have a cup of coffee, we sit at our desk, we might have a snack at dinner time, come home and have our tea. People are eating and munching and chewing their way through the whole day. So they come in with irritable bowel. Then over a period of months, what does that turn into? Lockdown belly, obesity. What's obesity? The 5th biggest cause of cancer in the whole country. Then you move on from that and you find that they're isolated, they're stressed, they're depressed, they lack human touch and communication. No man is an island. We were not designed to live and work at home in our own isolation. Put on top of that, you can have two people working from home, both partners, but they've only got one desk. So you've got this tremendous amount of stress in the house. What does that lead to? An increase in domestic abuse, domestic strife, an increase in the number of people calling the Samaritans, an increase in the amount of people calling refuge organisations. Carry on from that. The Public Health Purse recently released £700,000 only a couple of weeks ago at the last meeting for the huge increase in drug and alcohol abuse from people being at home. Smoking, I'm going to particularly concentrate on that because it's easy to understand. When we go to work, the Health and Wellbeing Board, and Joyce will remember this, had a declaration for all companies to sign up to promote stop smoking. Imperial Tobacco said this lockdown, there's been a huge increase in the amount of branded cigarettes. If you're at home, you only have to open the back door and go out and have a cigarette. They've also noted a 30% drop in vaping. Why would you vape in your own home, in your own kitchen, when you can just open the door and go out the back and have a cigarette? So every single effort that we've been doing over the last number of years in public health has been undermined. Every single achievement through the Health and Wellbeing Board has been undermined. And all of our successes have been reversed by the sudden and acute blurring of the lines. Anybody who works from home knows that they can't tell the difference between work and home because there is no separation. Blurring of the lines is the big thing. Now, in order to put this forward, you have to have a series of measures that could actually improve that. People at home spend an inordinate amount more time looking at small computers than they do at work. They must take breaks. I'm not going to tell you all to get up and stretch your arms and wander around while you listen to me for the next hour, but you must take a break. You must reduce your screen time. You must avoid eating at your desk. Look at your desk and see if you've got a croissant or a pasty there. You must stop eating at your desk. You must stick to your defined duties. You must make sure you make contact with other people. And you must stay in contact with your problem. You must ring them as though you would do if you were at work. So the summarisation is that lone working at home, extensive hours looking at screens without equipment is going to cause an enormous tsunami of health problems that I every single day in the surgery, from mental health problems to physical problems. We must ask employers, and this is the important thing, to recognise their responsibility. We must allow people's equipment to follow the employer into their own home as though it was their office. We must allow the Public Health Department of Nottinghamshire County Council to do a full assessment on the mental and physical impact that home working has had on the population. And we must also then, to Councillor Rostons, bring it back to the Health and Wellbeing Board and see, Joyce, if we need a declaration to protect the home worker. So,
can I just tell you, you're coming to 1 minute left, please.
Well, I'm going to actually save 59 seconds by saying, over to you, Councillor Kevin Rostons, but I wish everybody to get behind this motion and support it because it represents each and every one of our constituents, and never has there been a more important motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rostons, Kevin, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very, very happy to second this motion, and I will reserve my right to speak. John spoke very eloquently, so thank you very much indeed, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a little bit confused about what this motion is about, really. The first one says we recognise the significant increase in the number of Nottinghamshire people. Well, yeah, everybody knows that. Yes. The second anticipates that the increase in home working could bring about a permanent change to the way some organisations work. Well, yeah, I know that. Believes that many people have worked from home very happily, but some haven't. Blah, 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 yeah. And then urges employers across Nottinghamshire to ensure that their employees working from home are given the practical and personal support they need. Well, yes, I agree with that as well, but is it really our place as a county council to tell other employers to be looking after their staff? You know, I've got loads of friends who still work, and council officers at Broxtowe, many of whom are working from home. And the primary objective of those organisations is to make sure that their staff have got the right equipment, they're looked after, they're spoken to, and if they're not happy to work from home, they will be brought back into the office on a rota system. So I just don't see whether it's actually our place to be telling other employers what they should be doing and shouldn't be doing. I just cannot see the point of this motion at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bosniak, please.
I think this is the first time then that I disagree with Councillor Carr on this, because I really appreciate seeing this motion here, because as a local authority we are responsible for the public health of the people of Nottinghamshire, and I think that this is exactly what the motion is trying to say, because what we shouldn't do is underestimate how important it is for people to have that social interaction, and sitting here looking at a virtual screen is not nearly the same thing. In fact, I think if most of us were honest, we'd say that we're missing that social interaction. We might argue, in fact, we frequently do argue, but you can't be arguing with people in a meeting because that's necessary. Whereas when you're sitting here, even though we're speaking, we're so disjointed, not the same as sitting in the same room as someone. And I think that leads to all sorts of problems down the line. I agree some people have embraced working at home, and I'm happy and comfortable with that. And that gives us a chance to look at whether we need all the buildings that we've got and the costs of heating the buildings, etc. But for those few people who cannot cope with it and sometimes don't realise that they're not coping very well, and it's only when it starts to break down that you get people coming into your surgery, John, and other people need to go and see their GPs, that you start to see that there is a problem here. The only issue for me is that I think we should be leading by example. And what is lacking in the motion is saying what we're doing as a local authority. What are we doing to look after our staff? And I'm not expecting to do anything about that now. But what I would like to see at the earliest opportunity, probably at the next Adult Social Care and Health Committee, a report that says exactly how we are protecting our staff in the way, John, that you've said we should be doing. So I fully support this motion, but I want to see some action on it, and I expect to see that at the next appropriate committee. So thanks for bringing it, John.
Thank you. Before I go on to Councillor Neil Clark, Councillor Carr, you've indicated you have an issue.
A brief clarification for Joyce. I agree totally, Joyce, with that. Absolutely, totally. What my argument is that there's nothing in this motion that's about action and what action we can take as a council.
Councillor Carr, I think you've already made that. You did make that point
right,
in your own original speech.
I'm not against the motion, but I just can't see the point of this particular motion. Thank you.
Councillor Neil Clark, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman, and what a wonderfully illuminating speech from Councillor Doddy, as per usual. I think just to be helpful to Councillor Carr, I think that this motion does have a place in this council because it's our job to be community leaders and to lead by example. And if we can portray our experience to other employers, then so be it. And I think it is there for us to lead. So in agreeing with the spirit of the motion, I just wanted to highlight, as Chairman of Personnel Committee, how Nottinghamshire County Council is showing the way in supporting staff working from home. Not only have the staff and workforce continued working hard on behalf of the people of Nottinghamshire, but the council as employer, mainly in the form of our excellent HR staff, has gone to tremendous lengths to support staff in so many different ways whilst opting to work from home. Everyone reacts differently, from those who are very happy and relaxed working from home to those who struggle, as Councillor Doddy indicated, often with the loneliness and the lack of interaction enjoyed when working together in office premises. So I want to publicly thank all the staff for their resilience in working so hard and quickly adapting to new ways of working from home. Indeed, I circulated a message to all the call centre staff, thanking them for everything they have done and are doing with brilliant support and leadership from their manager. Taking and making 650,000 calls is no mean feat in striving to help those in need and the vulnerable, patiently listening to callers and helping with their issues. Times of crisis bring innovation and change, and I am sure that some of the changes that have been made will become a new normal. So employees' mental and physical health and well-being continues to be paramount, as Councillor Doddy's motion indicates. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Meal.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to just reiterate really that this is this motion has raised some really important issues, both for our residents, but also for ourselves as well. And I understand what you're saying, Councillor Clark, in terms of the care that HR is giving to our employees, but I do think that Councillor Doddy has raised a really important issue, and that is the physical impacts that this is going to have on people working from home, or may have from people working on home. Councillor Bosnak has rightly focused on the mental issues, but I do think there are really, really important physical issues. Over the past many years, there's been a lot of work on health and safety for people working at desks, doing clerical work, in terms of their use of IT, the chairs that they're in, actually getting physical exercise during the day, and the sort of things that they eat. We're going to have to relearn all that for people working at home. And so I do think it's really, really important that we can A, highlight these issues, but B, show by example, because it's all very well us exhorting other employers to do stuff. We have to be absolutely working with our trade unions to ensure that the health and safety, both physical and mental, of our employees is not only seen to, but also demonstrated as well, so that others can copy our good practice.
Thank you. Councillor Sissons, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I've got to say that even before the pandemic, I used to have misgivings about people working from home. I'm pleased to say I was very wrong. In terms of productivity, it's been shown over and over again that people who do work from home produce more, actually, because they're able to manage their work time around what they do in their lives. And it is a fact that isolation causes people to be poorly. I mean, we've seen this over the years, particularly amongst the aged population, that isolation makes people poorly. Fortunately, we've got an organisation here that does care about its workers, I'm pleased to say, and are looking after the workers in terms of the mental illness and the problems that isolation brings. But this motion, as it says, urges other employers to look after their workforce, because it is new. A lot of firms probably haven't had people working at home in this way before. So it is a learning curve. And I think this motion does urge those employers to look at the situation, look after their workers, and that will improve their productivity. And of course, closer to home, this authority will save a lot of taxpayers, council taxpayers, money by having people working from home and saving the costs of people working in offices. So there is a monetary advantage to it, but we must never forget the safety, the well-being of our workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now go to Councillor Fall, please.
Thank you, Chair.
I think, like many people, I've not got a problem with supporting this. I mean, I can't really disagree with any of it, really. The only thing that concerns me is it's a bit wishy-washy. I mean, the last paragraph says urges employers across Nottinghamshire. Well, employers across Nottinghamshire, they've got their backs up against the wall. They're actually working absolutely flat out. If we're really serious about this, what are we going to do to support employers to do this? It just feels, I say, really clearly very wishy-washy, and it's coming across a little bit preachy, isn't it? When actually, what would be good was to see some real practical support that we're giving our local businesses to actually enable them to do this at a time when actually they're absolutely rushed off their feet. Thank you.
Thank you. A well-made point. Councillor Launton.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Good motion, John. Excellent. I look forward to reading your paper in the Lancet on COVID belly and on how you propose to solve the situation. But no, I think it's an excellent motion, John. I can't wait for things to open back up again. I really miss social interaction with my colleagues. Even to the Teams meetings, I much prefer to watch people's body language when I'm talking to them or when they're talking to me, to be able to understand the information that they're getting across. And if you think the motion is wishy-washy, then put in an amendment. I'm sure we'll be more than happy to hear what you've got to say. It was interesting, even this morning, the chairman of Bathley Parish Council rang me up, who has long-term health problems, who has been in lockdown since March, and was bemoaning the fact that he can't walk to the Crown in Bathley and have a pint. And it's a significant impact on individuals right the way across Nottinghamshire, and the lack of social interaction. And that social interaction, I think, actually delivers as well for the people we represent, because if I can speak to a director or somebody who is providing a service for my residents, I can get my point across far more vehemently and strongly actually talking to them face to face than winging emails off to them or speaking on Teams meetings. So I think this is a really good motion, John. You're to be congratulated for bringing it in front of council. And I can't wait for the day that County Hall opens back up again and is fully operational. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This council already started to react to the people working from home because we brought a paper to the policy committee. And all those on policy will remember this. It was just last week or the week before, where we started to look at the configuration of our office buildings, and we changed the shape of how the people are going to work. There's no doubt there's been a huge amount of benefits by people staying at home because they've been able to work without the travelling either end of the day. And of course, the further you live away from where your office space is, the longer that can take. And also there has been an opportunity for parents to be at home when children come home from school. And working flexi time, again, plays into all of this family scenario. But I also recognise, as John's pointed out, how lonely people can be and how we need interaction with each other. I also think it's important to remember to keep teams together, because workforces are dynamic. People come and people go. And therefore, it's really important to integrate newcomers into the team and to make quite sure they know how to do things and where the support lies, and interact with your colleagues and team leaders and socialise as well out of work, which again builds teams. That's why we've changed the ratio of desks to meeting spaces. So people will probably continue to work from home on their laptops because that's convenient for those days. But the days they come in, there are more spaces for people to sit together, to have interactive meetings together, to share documents together, and probably work out strategies for the future. Because there's no doubt about it that human beings need each other to talk to. And I suspect this has always been the case since time immemorial. But this council is reacting, and this now is looking at all of the other problems around that. And I think John's quite right to point out, for some people, it can be very, very hard. But physically hard if you don't have the right furniture, you don't have the right space, you're probably sharing it with too many other family members. And it can be physically hard if you find yourself trying to do things within a home because you're a carer without that break of going away and some other carer coming in. So all of these need to be taken into account. But there are some definite benefits both to people and to the environment by cutting down the number of car journeys or any other public transport journey we might make. That's going to play into the green system, which we were discussing earlier on this afternoon. It also gives us a chance to see how this council can make it an exemplar of how our employees work and help to roll it out to other councils. I think it's an excellent motion. There's some very good speeches today. I don't think it's at all wishy-washy. I think it's pretty well to the point. And I think John's tongue-in-the-cheek comment that perhaps the Water Authority leader should be made to swim in the open water courses 4 times a year is probably a point very well made. So thank you, John, for the levity in that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Girling, and then I have just one other, and I'm going then to, there is not a vote on this one, as far as I can see, but we'll move on with it. So, Councillor Girling, please, first.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm actually going to agree with Joyce on a couple of counts, really. I think she's absolutely right that being together and that dynamics, even though sometimes we do fall out, it's got that sort of a fragmented family feel, if that's the best way of putting it. And it's better to look into people's eyes and see the whites of the eyes when you talk to them about some of their views and opinions. So I think it'll be great for us to be back together. But people are different, and we're all different, and we all work differently. And some people actually prefer to work from home. I completely and utterly disagree with Councillor Carr about this motion, and I've written down what he said. Right? I didn't think it was our place to tell businesses how to treat their staff. Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, it is. It says we're influencers. We are here to influence how businesses work within our county, and that's part of what we do. We show businesses this is the way forward, this is how you treat your staff, and actually show them that productivity can increase if you use it right. I'm quite looking forward to the post-pandemic, the way this council is going to work, because I think it's going to be completely different to how it was before. I know that in another place where I'm a councillor, it's going to be completely different to how we worked before, because we're adapting to what the staff are telling us that the way they want to work, and we're taking individuals into account. And we feel that will make for a much happier council and much more productive council. Councillor Fold, you said about, there's no substance to this motion because we're not helping businesses then if they need the equipment to do what they do. Well, I don't know if you're on another authority, but most of the money to help businesses has gone to the boroughs and districts, and that's where it's been spent, and that's where it's been used to make that influence and to help them adapt to whilst the pandemic's on. So things are being done for businesses. Millions of pounds have been spent, helping businesses out. How those businesses then use that money is up to them. That's where we don't influence it, but we do give them the money. And if you look at the records of the councils within this county giving that money out, some have done a lot better than others. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm now going to go to the last speaker, and then I'll give the opportunity to sum up. Councillor Simbaridis.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. What I want to say, how important it is we as a human beings to get together. And we only realize that only something very serious happened to us. And what I'm saying is, we as a councillors, and I'm not trying to be a martyr, we're working from home. We're in isolation. We got our wives and partners. We need to say thank you, and the rest of the people who are supporting us. So we've got to be very, very careful in the future how we react to each other. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Perry. Councillor Rostons, would you like to make a comment before we go to sum up?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I think Councillor Doddy did a very good job of presenting the motion because he's speaking from experience. He's speaking on the amount of people now visiting his surgery from the effects of working from home. Some of the things that we probably didn't realise, and we don't realise about the fact that we've got a bad back or a bad neck, etc. I'm noticing locally the big increase, and George should probably agree with me on this, on the mental health problems of working. People don't like change. Some people embrace it, but people do not like change. I think this motion's not only about sort of educating the employees, but educating the employers as well with them, because I don't think we realise the effect that it has on ourselves working from home. And the more we can get out there with the employees and employers, I think the better. So I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And finally, Dr. Doddy, very interesting conversations there on the human body. Over to you, sir.
Indeed, there was. It is purposely a slightly blandish motion in terms of what I've actually tried to get out and explain. Now, when Councillor Carr suggests that it's not our responsibility, we have to go back to 2012 and we have to go back to the instigation of health and wellbeing boards, and we have to go back to the statutory obligation of county councils when they incorporated public health into their associations and took the £40 million that came with those public health departments, that they had to do the role of the public health department and through health and wellbeing boards bring about improvements in the quality of the health of the population of Nottinghamshire, extend a healthy life expectancy and extend life expectancy. All of those were beautifully captured in today's motion. The reason there isn't something specific there, I think it was Councillor Fole was saying there isn't something specific. The reason is very simple. The Public Health Department are going to undertake a body of work to produce, hopefully, a joint strategic needs assessment. It's going to look at the need of the home worker in context of our whole of Nottinghamshire. Joint strategic needs assessments then go back to the Health and Wellbeing Board, and if supported and approved, they become a statutory duty of Nottinghamshire County Council to enforce the outcome. So I can't tell them what to do in this motion because they have to do the body of work to bring it back to make it a strategic need, and that's where the definitive specifics with regards to what we need to do will come. So I apologise, but I think Councillor Meal hit the nail on the head beautifully when she said we need to relearn. It is a completely new skill if you're used to going into an office every day and you're at home and you're abandoned. You know, you're like a kid in a toy shop for a number of months before you realise, hey, hang on, something important is happening here. There is no implication in this motion that we don't do a fantastic job at the County Council, as Neil Clark pointed out, and that we're very, very proud of what we've done and very proud, as Councillor Cutts has pointed out as well, how we've adapted to it. But that is why perhaps a declaration in due course to other people is more important. I wasn't suggesting for a second that Nottinghamshire County Council were doing anything less than exemplary. Councillor Sissons rightly pointed out that home workers have an increase in productivity. And unfortunately, that's half the problem. The amount of screen time that they spend, the amount of time that they don't take breaks, the amount of time that they overwork. And that's one of the downfalls and pitfalls, is you're not got a 9-to-5 regime, and that if you're working from home, overworking is a real challenge in that respect. Councillor Lawton is absolutely right when he talks about home working is a mighty bloodless substitution for life. There is no substitution for human contact. So I think going forward, And as Councillor Girling said, we are better together. As Councillor Parry said, we need wonderfully understanding spouses and partners that allow us to work from home. I think that in summary, it's public health, it's a joint strategic needs assessment, it's a health and wellbeing declaration, and it's an improvement in the health and wellbeing and healthy life expectancy of the entire Nottinghamshire, and I hope everybody will get behind the motion and support it, and we'll bring it back to you, no doubt, when it's been through public health and wellbeing, and we've got a declaration for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can we now go to the vote and I'll hand over to the Chief Executive?
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Barnfather.
For.
Councillor Bosniak.
For.
Councillor Bradley. Councillor Ben Bradley.
For. Sorry, on muting.
Thank you, Ben. Councillor Brooks.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Clark. John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
For.
Councillor Cotty.
For.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cutts.
For.
Councillor Deakin.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner.
That's nice. Hey, those for William.
Steve.
So he's got something for Christmas, little cakes.
Councillor Steve Garner. I'll come back to you, Steve. Councillor Guilfoyle. Councillor Saddington, you might need to go back on mute. Thank you, Glyn. Councillor Girling.
For.
Councillor Greaves.
For.
Councillor Handley.
For.
Councillor Harper.
For.
Councillor Henry.
For.
Councillor Henshaw.
For.
Councillor Hollis.
For.
Councillor Hopewell.
For.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
For.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
For.
Betting I'm going for the second one.
Councillor Kerry.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For. Sorry about that, I was on mute.
Thanks, Bruce. Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Madden. Councillor Martin.
For.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
For.
Councillor Owen.
For.
Councillor Payne.
For.
Councillor Peck.
For.
Councillor Place.
For.
Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
For.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
For.
Councillor Quigley.
For.
Councillor Rhodes.
For.
Councillor Kevin Rostance.
For.
Councillor Phil Rostance.
For.
Councillor Saddington.
For.
Councillor Sissons.
For.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Simbaridis.
For.
Councillor Vickers.
For.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Wallace.
For.
Councillor Vice.
For.
Councillor Wetton.
For.
Councillor Gordon Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
For.
Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Zadrozny.
For.
That's unanimous, Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll now move on then to motion number 5. I'm pointing out to you what you already know, and that is it's just gone 4 o'clock. We have still 2 motions to go. I do not intend or wish to be seen as restricting debate and discussions, but I would ask if people would concentrate on the issues under discussion, please. Councillor Rhodes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll read the motion out and I'll say a few words. So this council notes that on the 20th of March 2020, as part of his pandemic response package, the Chancellor provided a £20 a week uplift to the basic rate of universal credit. This was to reflect the reality that the level of benefits were not adequate to protect the swiftly increasing number of households relying on them as a crisis hit. This council further notes that in April 2021, the benefit will end, leaving the level of unemployment support at its lowest ever relative to average earnings, and meaning that many families' income will be below the poverty line. Therefore, this council resolves to write to the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, and to the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, demanding that the £20 increased universal credit is made permanent and extended to claimants on legacy benefits. Work with other government organisations to form a coalition to pressure the government to make the £20 increase to universal credit permanent. The £20 a week uplift in universal credit and working tax credit has been a lifeline for many claimants as they've struggled to get through the coronavirus pandemic, Chair. It's kept millions of hard-working families afloat. Yet we're still living through this pandemic, and recent work by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has highlighted that withdrawing this uplift could push a further 700,000 people, including 300,000 more children, into poverty, and push 500,000 more people into deep poverty, which is more than 50% below the poverty line. Many of these adults are sick or disabled, or parents and carers of vulnerable children, and adults for whom heightened health risks, additional challenges associated with social distancing and the withdrawal of essential services has made life even more difficult. Chairman, some of these people will be our constituents. Some of them may be our neighbours, some of them may be our friends, and some of them may be our family members. Additionally, those people who are currently claiming universal credit will be likely to face particular difficulties in the coming months finding employment in a contracting labour market as we exit this pandemic. It's not right to ignore those members of our society who are at most risk during this pandemic, and even the House of Lords Economic Affairs Committee has called on the government to make this increase permanent to address poverty and job losses triggered by the coronavirus pandemic. A report from the peers says that there is an urgent need to both reform the benefits system and make additional plans for job creation. Chairman, the Labour Group stands alongside the people who most need us, and we urge all members of this chamber to do the same. Call on the government to keep this essential lifeline by making the £20 uplift to universal credit permanent. Thank you very much, Chairman. I move the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Brooks, could you second the motion, please? And do you wish to speak at the moment?
I would like to second the motion. I would also like to speak now, if I may.
Thank you.
Chair, I rise today to second this important motion, which seeks nothing more than to provide a lifeline to those people in our communities who are struggling the most. I'd like to share with you what has been the most meaningful and rewarding part of my week during the pandemic, and that is Wednesday, because Wednesday is the day that I go to the Netherfield Food Bank to unpack, sort and redistribute the hundreds of kilos of food, household products, health, sanitary products and baby essentials, and over the last couple of weeks, Christmas gifts, largely chocolate based, to those in most need in our communities. These items are generously donated by local residents, businesses, schools and community groups. It's difficult to overstate how incredible my community's response has been during this pandemic, with people reaching out to help those less fortunate than themselves. This week alone, yesterday, we had over 1,000 kilos of donations. So I'm really grateful to have such a thoughtful and active community and to be able to contribute in this way to help families who are struggling. Food banks have come to be regularly and routinely relied upon by many individuals and families who are struggling. Over the past 5 years, the number of people who've relied on food banks has grown exponentially, from just over 500,000 in April 2015 to 1.9 million in March of this year. Between April and September this year, the pandemic saw 1.2 million people receive support from food banks. But it's not right that any of us are being forced to a charity for food at any time of year. It's not right that families should be forced to choose between heating their homes, paying their rent, or putting food on the table. This uplift has
has been provided has been the difference for many between barely surviving and being forced into unbearable poverty that is simply unimaginable for many of us here. I regularly see people say, I've never asked for help before in my life, but I can't feed my children, and you've got to do what you've got to do, right? That is why it is vital that all members of this chamber take a moment to reflect on this and ask yourselves what possible reason you could offer for not supporting this motion. There isn't one, and so I urge you to get behind this motion and recognise the real need out there in our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion is put forth and seconded. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a measure taken to help the most vulnerable people through the worst stages of the COVID-19 crisis, for which the government should be applauded. It was made clear from the outset that £20 a week uplift in universal credit would be a temporary measure to assist households affected by the exceptional nature of this crisis. In March 2020, the government committed to deliver this uplift for the full financial year through to April 2021. A reasonable time period considering the total uncertainty at that time about how long the restrictions around COVID-19 would need to be in place or how soon a vaccine would be created or be ready to roll out. Today, we know vaccines are coming online and that an extensive vaccination programme will roll out over the coming months, starting with the elderly and most vulnerable. Early next year, we should have a clearer picture about how quickly that rollout is taking place, how many people are accepting vaccination, how far and fast we can go in reducing public restrictions and returning to a more normal existence. It therefore follows that early next year, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer will have a clearer idea about temporary support measures, such as the universal credit uplift, and need to continue and over what time scale. Listening to various politicians and reading news articles after the spending review on the 25th of November, there were various references to the Chancellor, quote, refusing to confirm or failing to extend the universal credit uplift beyond April 2021. What Rishi Sunak actually said in response to such comments was, and I quote, the temporary uplift in universal credit runs all the way through to next spring, providing security for those families. Of course, we will look when we come to the next spring at the best way to support people, to support families when we have a better sense of where the economy, where we are with this virus. Chairman, I put it to you that this is an entirely reasonable and responsible position to take at this stage. It takes into account the constantly evolving health, social and economic situation and will ensure a balanced, informed decision is made in due course. This could mean continuation of the current support or a different type or level of support to meet the needs of the widest range of people by that time. Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot said in the press and a lot of politicians about the furlough scheme. Today, the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, has extended the furlough scheme now until the end of April. So he's doing his best to help the residents of this country. I think this is premature at this time, so we will not support this motion, but we will support the Conservative government to make a responsible decision at the appropriate time next year, a decision I expect to protect the long-term sustainability of universal credit, of other public spending, including local government, and be as fair as possible to all taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wise.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I do support the motion, but it does sound from what Councillor Harper has said that people have forgotten what a clunky journey universal credit has had and the many difficulties that people have faced in accessing it at all. Things have improved to some extent, but there are a number of people who are still struggling to access it. I don't know what your mailbags are like, but I get several people contact me with concerns about having to go to the food banks for two reasons. Some of them are on low wages and are having to top up their income. We have nurses and some teachers' assistants going to the local food bank that I particularly support. So people are going there because of low wages, but many people are going because they're on universal credit. I had someone contact me yesterday trying to transfer from PIPs to universal credit. It has not worked well. She's been weeks without any support at all, and has now been given a loan of, I think, £250 to tide her over to the new year when her application will be given more consideration. If you multiply that by any number within the county, you have a number of people who are having to go for a loan on universal credit, which they will then have to repay out of the minimal payments they're receiving. So this is not just about universal credit. It's been a good time for the government to make this additional payment, but I would be rather seeing the level of universal credit being increased on a permanent level and a more considered amount rather than perhaps £20. Because to be sure, the people who receive universal credit are not putting it into the bank. They are spending that money locally and supporting local businesses. So as well as helping them scratch along, it's a benefit to the community. So I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neil Clark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I presume this motion hangs its hat on the fact that late in November, more than 60 organisations and bishops issued a public statement expressing their concern at, in inverted commas, the failure of the government to announce that it will make the £20 uplift to universal credit permanent and extend it to legacy benefits. Well, first of all, as my colleague Councillor Harper has already said, the Chancellor of the Exchequer made a perfectly reasonable statement explaining that the government will look at the best way to support people, to support families, when we have a better sense of where the economy is and where we are with this virus. Those who, for political effect, jump the gun by calling for a premature commitment in what is an unprecedented and fast evolving situation might do well to wait and see where we are in the fight against COVID by February or March next year, when both they and the government will be better placed to make informed decisions. At present, not one of us know what the COVID situation will be at that time. Those who insist that only a permanent uplift can best meet the needs of families, described by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation as being at risk of being swept into poverty, might in due course discover either that the government broadly agrees with their assessment or that ministers have other more sustainable proposals in mind, which can better serve these families, not just through the remainder of the coronavirus crisis, but beyond that time. Indeed, I'm aware that this was actually debated in the House of Lords only yesterday. The current rules state that you may be able to get universal credit if you live in the UK and you're on a low income or out of work, if you're over 18 or over, or if you are or your partner are under the state pension age and have £16,000 or less in savings between you. The Prime Minister has said that he is proud of the government introducing the £20 uplift and the role it has played in helping families to keep their heads above water during this crisis. And it is for the government, not this council, to decide how this policy should evolve beyond April of next year. So back to Rishi Sunak we go. With particular regard to universal credit claimants who are unemployed or on low incomes, the main fundamental point here is that I hope ministers make it their chief focus to provide an environment where as many as possible can find fulfilling, long-term, well-paid work which permanently lifts them away from the poverty line, removing their need for universal credit. So, of course, this is how we can best help and support those who find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. I sincerely hope that this is a sentiment shared by all members and by the 60 organisations who signed the statement regarding the universal credit uplift. Yes, our social security system has a role to play in helping those whose personal circumstances prevent them from undertaking work, such as those with severe disabilities. But for all people who are capable of joining or returning to the workforce, the #1 priority of the government and indeed councils like ours should be to create an environment in which job opportunities are plentiful and where those already in lower income jobs can find better paid, better quality work. My issue with those making broad brush calls for permanent uplifts in universal credit for large numbers of people, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation quotes 6.2 million families, is that this should not be presented as a desirable end in itself. I hope that's not the intention, but when you read the language used, you could be forgiven for thinking the message is sign a bigger permanent social security check and that's the government's job done. Well, we owe people more than that, Mr. Chairman, especially those lying on the borderline between self-sufficiency and state dependency. Within that number will be many families for whom the best permanent route away from poverty will be good long-term employment, with the financial rewards and self-esteem that brings. Unfortunately, I don't see those sentiments appearing in this motion or in certain other public statements made on this subject in the past few weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Plant, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I fully support the motion and all that has been said previously by my Labour colleagues. As the motion states, the £20 a week uplift to the basic rate of universal credit was introduced to reflect the reality that the level of benefits were not adequate to protect those households relying on them as the effects of the pandemic hit. Unfortunately, claimants on legacy benefits that this didn't apply to, and that I think is grossly unfair. As Councillor Brooks has mentioned, the number of people accessing food banks in the UK during the pandemic has increased exponentially. This is a national disgrace in the 6th richest nation in the world. No one should need to depend on emergency food parcels to survive, and the ever-increasing reliance on food aid charities to pick up the pieces while social security continues to fail must be challenged and changed. A £20 a week increase in universal credit has not meant that people have suddenly been better off, but it has meant that they've been able to survive the worst economic situation we have experienced in our lifetime, brought about by the pandemic, and the fallout of it, of job losses, higher rents, poor mental and physical health, and the increasing cost of food and energy. As I said, resulting in the deepest recession of any major economy. What I can't understand is what the government thinks will have improved for universal credit claimants by the end of April 2021 to justify the removal of this £20 a week uplift. Unemployment will undoubtedly be up, so jobs will be even harder to find. Food prices will increase with the prospect of a poor deal, or even worse, a no-deal Brexit. After living through a year of COVID, many people's mental and physical health will undoubtedly be negatively affected. As Councillor Rose has already said, ending the £20 a week increase is predicted to push an estimated 700,000 of the lowest income households into poverty. As well as being morally wrong, the fallout from this situation will no doubt cost the public purse much more in the long run. There's no justification for removing the £20 a week uplift to the universal credit in 2021, and I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simbadis, I have you down as a speaker. Am I right, or is that just a mistake? Did you?
It's a mistake, Chairman. I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just unmuting myself. I can't agree with the motion for the same reasons that have already been laid out. This was always a temporary COVID support, and it's frustrating because once again the government's done a good thing to help people and additional COVID support, only for opposition parties to then slate them when it ends, calling it a cut, calling it a removal of something when it's not. It's been a positive additional support for people. And the Chancellor said that he can't make a decision yet because we need to know the circumstances around health, around the economy, which is perfectly reasonable and I think should be understandable for all of us. What we do know is that we plan to be lifting restrictions in the spring, to be coming out of that emergency situation, opening up businesses, seeing how much we can manage to support those who are furloughed back into work, how many jobs can be recreated, reopened when things are opened up. And the Chancellor has not ruled out further help. He's just said we need to know the circumstances before we can do these things, which again is the right thing to do. It's a totally understandable position for him to take. What all this has actually shown is how important the universal credit rollout is and how important benefits reform really is, because the legacy systems are archaic. It's incredibly complex to administer, which has meant that in the emergency timescales that we've had, we haven't been able to roll that £20 uplift out across the board. Lots of charities have pointed out the gaps across those legacy systems where it just hasn't been possible. It's too complicated across the range of different legacy benefits, systems, databases, different criteria for all of them. So we need to finish this UC rollout, accelerate that reform to support more people who are still on legacy systems and help them through universal credit. We also know that you can't and shouldn't just isolate this one area of support, as people often like to do, just to look at UC and pretend that all the other stuff doesn't exist. We've guaranteed renters against eviction. We've funded all sorts of crisis support services, many very ably delivered by this council, put hundreds of billions of pounds into securing people's incomes through furlough schemes, self-employment grant, all sorts of other schemes. And now, as we look to come out of this, we will support people who have lost jobs, who are at risk of long-term unemployment, to find new opportunities, Kickstart scheme, JET scheme and others, as well as with the skills that they might need to do that, entitlement to level 3 qualifications, lifelong learning loans. As Councillor Clark said, we owe people more than just helping them to rely on universal credit, but actually to find more supportive and more creative ways to help people find rewarding and well-paid work wherever that is possible. So kind of in summary, Councillor Harper's absolutely right that this is premature. The Chancellor has already said he can't decide at this stage. He needs to know where the situation is, both in terms of health and the economy, to make that decision in March, April time, which is just not possible. Government's already done this positive thing to see people through the pandemic. There's no reason to believe that it won't find further positive and creative solutions to help in the future. I understand he set the date today for the budget as the 3rd of March, and that would seem an appropriate time to know the situation properly and to have this conversation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hopewell. No, not yet. Councillor Hopewell.
Hello, is that better?
Yep.
Right.
I can hear you.
I don't speak very often. I come here, I listen to the debate, and I make my mind up on listening to the debate. Now, Councillor Martin Wright and myself have this year supported food banks. And many other councillors, I'm very, very sure, have supported them. 5 years ago, we didn't see the need for food banks. The food bank usage has grown over the last 5 years. And quite frankly, the COVID situation has added to this problem, with people being furloughed, people losing their jobs. And I agree with what you're saying, that we can't support people indefinitely. But at the moment, we don't know what's around the corner. We don't know how successful this is going to be. We don't know what's coming next year. And I feel that this £20 should remain in. And I'm fairly sure it seems stupid giving money and donating money to a food bank and yet saying, hey, lose this £20, you know, because we're just pushing people back over the edge. So for this reason, I will support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Peck.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's good to hear that we do have at least one independent who's prepared to think independently and make the right decision. And certainly I support this motion. It's appalling to see how much poverty and homelessness and use of food banks exists in this country. I was born in 1948 during the great Labour government, which brought in the welfare state and the National Health Service, and it's just depressing to me at my time of life to see that whilst there have been many advances in our country, many advances and certainly a higher standard of living as one would expect, it's utterly depressing that even before the COVID crisis, there's so much poverty, so much division between those that have and those that have not, between the most obscenely wealthy people, many of whom seem to spend a lot of their time avoiding taxes, and those people who, in many senses, I don't like to use the phrase, but are economically at the bottom of the pile and can rarely speak for themselves. And we've seen today, on several occasions actually, how the Conservatives on this county council expose themselves and show their true colours and show their values when it comes to the crunch. And there are clear differences at times like these between certainly the Labour councillors and other councillors who are supporting this motion and the Conservative group. And certainly listening to Councillor Harper on a couple of occasions today, certainly hasn't covered himself in glory with some of his comments. But this £20 uplift, which, yes, I think most of us certainly agreed with it, and it was the right thing to do. Yeah. £20 is still a fairly modest amount of money. £20 does not go very far these days. And even with the £20, this country, as Councillor Plant said, sixth richest country in the world, amongst those rich countries, we have the lowest rate of out-of-work benefits of any of those wealthy countries. And that's not something to be proud of, as Conservatives sometimes seem to be. It's something to be utterly ashamed of. And when you see where some of the money is wasted in this country, it doesn't seem too much to ask that the universal benefit, which has had a most troubled time over the last 10 or 12 years, should be raised by £20 temporarily. I would argue it should be raised by more than that permanently, because the benefits just simply do not cover people's costs, and it's degrading to see the number of children that are living in poverty in this country. When Labour was in power, we took 1 million children out of poverty. 1 million children. That has been completely reversed under successive Tory administrations over the last 10 years. You should be ashamed of yourself. And these are weasel words, disingenuous words, to try to say that just because we don't know what might happen in January or February or whatever, we don't know what the situation will be in April, that you can't bring yourselves to support a motion like this and write a simple letter to the Chancellor supporting this point of view. Why can't you do that? Why can't you do that? That is
You've gone muted.
being against it. So come on, just for once, some of you, I appeal to some of you, do what Councillor Hopewell has done and do the right thing for a change, because 20 quid is not a lot of money, and just to support this would not really hurt yourselves that much.
Thank you. Councillor Fall, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well said, John. I just can't really believe what's been said here today. Can you imagine if you're a family living on benefits on the breadline, and you're listening to this discussion, and you hear Conservative councillors saying, well, we need to see how we're going to be in the spring. I just think your lack of compassion and understanding of what some of these people are going through is absolutely breathtaking. And if I think if you had the kind of experience Nikki Brooks has had, who I thought spoke extremely passionately and with much insight, then I think you might actually kind of think again. And I know Councillors Clark and Bradley talked about getting decent jobs. I thought I read this week that there's been a record number of redundancies this week in this country. How are people going to get jobs between now and the spring in those kind of numbers? It is just absolutely lacking in compassion and understanding. And I really, really ask you to think again. This is a good motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to speak on this, Mr. Chairman. I know we hear this over and over again in this chamber, but I genuinely wasn't going to speak on this till Councillor Clark spoke. And I've got to say, I do agree with what Councillor Clark said when he said that the way to solve this problem is to have good employment, long-term employment. But the problem is, Councillor Clark, that employment just isn't there. It wasn't there before COVID. It's not there now. As Councillor Foles just said, we're hearing more and more companies that are going into administration, more and more people being made redundant. These jobs just aren't there. They're not going to magic overnight. We're in a worse position now than we were before COVID hit with regards to employment. So where do you expect these jobs to suddenly appear from? And in Ashfield, we've got it's one of the lowest income areas in my area. I'll be honest with you, it is. It's mainly retail work. It's mainly bar work, pubs. What's being told again today that they can't reopen? And I understand why, I do. Because of COVID, we need to keep the rates down, I understand that. But it's pushing those businesses further and further to the brink. So that's more unemployment that's going to happen, more people in my area losing their jobs. And we're talking about £20. It's not a lot, it's nothing really. But just to say that, well, we can't do anything about it now because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'd rather the government say, we are going to give you this extra £20. We are going to extend it for another year, another 2 years, and we'll see what happens down the line. Why does politics, why do councils, government always have to be so reactive to stuff? Let's stop reacting and waiting for things to happen. Let's be proactive. Let's put this stuff in place before it gets worse again. That's my views on this, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pringle, I've got 5 other speakers.
Thank you, Chairman. I shan't be long. And I'm speaking in support of the motion. Councillor Clark and Harper, opposite opinions to me, but you know, quite right in voicing it. It completely showed the colours. But what I would say is that the universal credit invariably is not coming from those people that you have already tarnished or already tarred with brushes of poverty. These people, I've been fortunate, and like Councillor Brooks, that since the 17th of March, I've chaired the car project in Ollerton, and we've been supported by the council and others, and Councillor Girling through his charity. We have been supported by the council, and in fact, supported by the Sherwood MP, Mark Spencer, who was with us only last week. Okay, since the 17th of March, we have provided enough food to go out or to create over 100,000 meals. Okay, so this is happening within COVID, and the universal credit applications that have been delayed are creating poverty that most people that we're dealing with don't really want to be in. They might get one food parcel or 2 perhaps, but the vast majority don't want to be holding their hands out, asking for this. In fact, they have huge pride, and it dents their pride in having to ask it. So, you know, the tarred brush of poverty and somebody smoking it away and drinking it away, you've got completely the wrong outlook, certainly from around Ollerton. In fact, I'll tell you something else, Councillor Clark and Councillor Harper. I did a naughty list. Out of the 1,600 people that we're dealing with, I had 14 people out of the 1,600 that I knew were taking the mickey. What did I do? I phoned them up and told them that I knew that what they were doing. 3 of them stopped straight away. 2 of them are now employed. 2 of them are now employed because we helped them move on. Not giving these people £20 a week to assist with living. I'm not talking about going on holiday to Bermuda. I'm talking about living is the least that we should be doing. And the motion actually asks to write a letter, nothing more than that. Surely everybody at this council can support that in hoping that those people who are most in need will get some support. Thank you, Chairman.
I wasn't the word pressed it. Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor Martin, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I am astounded at what I'm hearing from the other side here. I really am, because August to October, there were 370,000 people made redundant in 1 quarter, right? And it's extremely short-sighted to bring this small benefit to an end at such a premature stage in this pandemic. 297,000 of those people were in the hospitality sector. That's bringing that's one sector alone, and after tier 3 today, that's likely to probably double or triple before January, before the end of February comes. You know, it's an increase of 0.7% of unemployed in the last 3 months, Councillor Bradley. 1.69 million currently unemployed. £20 given to people who are on universal credit. They're not going to spend it on Christmas presents or anything else. They're going to be spending it in the shops, supporting the local economy. So all that money would go back into the local economy. You know, I mean, you talk about men being from Mars and women being from Venus. You lot live in some kind of utopia. You live in a different world, because obviously the residents across Ashfield and the rest of the county who have inadvertently just been made redundant for whatever reason, and there are likely to be many, many more over the next few months. You know, they're going to welcome this money, and going actually to go through the universal credit process is an alien environment for them as it is. You know, so all we're saying is continue the good work for the next few months, you know, such as it is, but you can't even bring yourselves to do that, and that's absolutely appalling to me. It really is. There's no compassion whatsoever. There's no wonder you get labelled. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Chair. Just going along on the actual same lines about the lack of compassion. Yes, did the right thing. It's probably not enough, £20. I think everybody, certainly on our side, would agree with that. But the point is as well, that this wait and see policy is bloody ridiculous. Pardon my language, pound for your charity. We're actually on a sinking ship, whatever you call it, and we're refusing to throw out a few lifebelts because we've thrown 5 out and we don't want to do any more. We're trying to help people here. There's people here that's been hired and fired. Fired and hired, get the right way around, on lower wages. They're going to come into the equation. Today, in the local papers, there's a bit about the Vat and Fiddle pub and brewery, the Rock Brewery, that they may not be opening. Lots of retail not opening. This is actually becoming more of an active issue to actually wait and see for jobs that don't exist, that didn't exist, that are going to appear. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's campaigns at the moment because people are actually firing and then rehiring at half the wages they were on, etc. There's people put on part-time contracts. These jobs we talk about, or you talk about, don't exist. Your actual policy of actually making us suffer, and I'm being serious here, as job-wise and making our conditions worse, is actually working. This is part of the problem. Half of your plan is working. It's that you actually want us to suffer. And this bit, I mean, can anybody be proud that UNICEF is actually helping feed children in this country for the first time, the 5th richest country in the world? And we're actually having UNICEF come in. And what does one of the main MPs, Rees-Mogg, say? They should be ashamed of themselves. The person who voted against upping wages, the person who voted against about actually voting against feeding school kids and during the holidays, during the pandemic, he's not the one that's ashamed. No, it's UNICEF who are actually helping people is the ones that we're saying. This is a ridiculous debate. It shows divided lines now, where we lie and your priorities. And I'm afraid your priorities are not with the people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cutts, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's really quite interesting, isn't it? One of the debates we had this afternoon was to stop replacing the VAT on PPE, which was suspended. That brings in tax, and the government only have tax to spend for their money. This one now is talking about giving people more money, not raising more taxes, giving people more money. That doesn't equate. You did have an opportunity, members of the Labour Party and the Independents, at the Policy Committee to vote for not only reconfiguring our buildings that I've spoken about before, but also have 2 buildings which we own, which we think we probably don't need. One is in Mansfield and one is in Ollerton for start-up companies, for small and medium-sized enterprises, which is the backbone of our county, and you voted against it. So you're extraordinarily good at telling the government what to do. When it comes to something you can do practically locally, you vote against it. Because somehow or other you think investing in the infrastructure in the county is a waste of money. Let me tell you, the only money you get in the end is by investing in infrastructure and creating jobs. And therefore, the buildings we're going to move around will create jobs. We as a council have a very good policy of making sure these jobs go to local people, the local spend, the pound in Nottinghamshire. And that surely is where the dignity comes from, rather than receiving handouts. Chairman, I'm not giving way. I'm not giving way, Chairman. You can come back when I finish.
Chair. Councillor Martin, you're not in the moment. Carry on, please, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. And therefore, rather than trying to give handouts, we should surely be giving hand-ups, which is why we have done so much to try and bring infrastructure into our county, whether it's roads or whether it's rail, whether it's HS2, whether it's supporting Development Corporation, whether it's supporting the free ports. We have devoted a lot of time to bringing jobs to our area to employ people because I believe in the dignity of work. I don't know whether you can all remember.
This is outrageous twaddle.
I don't know whether you
You
can all
just
remember
voted against an infrastructure motion.
when we had people who were living just above the poverty line, and all the jobs there were in the country seemed to be in the services down in London, and people were given just enough money to keep them from not going hungry, but not enough to get jobs. And it's really such a shame because there weren't any jobs there. We had whole streets of people where men and women couldn't go to work because there was no work, and that was deemed all right. There was a famous case where the child, of course, they pretended the child was lost and they had a whole campaign. Nobody in that street seemed to go to work. And I think that's a shameful situation. So I think the temporary stuff that the Chancellor's done is excellent. It will be looked at again. None of us know where this pandemic is going. It wasn't an invention of governments. It's a worldwide pandemic. We have to react to it to the best we can, make the best decisions when we can. But I believe the only way forward for people is not to be a client state, relying upon handouts. It's to actually have the dignity of work, the opportunity to get a better education, the opportunity for better jobs. And these are the sorts of things which I think this administration has been working towards. And now all you want to do is to say, just hand out more people money, keep them in their place, keep them just where they are in society. Don't give them a handout. I believe in giving people a handout. I also believe in giving them a handout when they're hard up. And that's why we put such a lot of money in this council, had our fund that we gave out to communities for helping each other, for paying for various things. And some of it has been, I think they were taking the mickey one or two of the applications and trying to just fill their own coffers. But the majority of it was actually towards feeding people, providing meals. We're bringing forward meals for children at the Christmas time in order that no child should go hungry. And I think that's a temporary measure that we're doing now. Making poverty a permanent occupation, I think, is completely wrong. So I support the speeches today, but you could actually vote for things when you have an opportunity and not constantly vote against them because it's being suggested by the Conservative Party, who simply want to invest in their own county. What is something like £27 million invested in buildings in this county, which you're voting against. And all of those.
Point of order, Chair.
All those investments is in jobs. So, Chair, I have completed my speech in spite of the shouting from the other side. I have to say, they really don't like it, do they? When you start a little
No,
bit
we don't like
own,
your
own,
fascist
own
right-wing
point of view.
ways, pushing people into poverty and lying all day long. It's an absolute outrage. No wonder with Ben Bradley's views about people spending free school meals vouchers on crack addicts that we're getting this sort of twaddle from the leader of the council. As soon as she's gone, the
please. Can we shut him up and have a bit of order here?
No, you can't shut me up, Councillor Girling. If you don't like it, report me into the standards board. No, like you don't like it. Absolutely outrageous, the lot of you.
Would you please be quiet and wait your turn if you wish to speak?
I don't wish to speak, Mr. Chairman. I'm physically sick listening to your group.
Perhaps
They're
you
an
might
absolute
leave the room
outrage.
for a little while.
And
Councillor
absolute outrage.
Martin.
You should be ashamed presiding over such a Tory
Councillor
twaddle.
Martin.
Yes, Chair. Point of order is that the construction and building plans of the county council and the political party broadcast by Councillor Cutts that we've just had to endure and you've allowed her to continue with has absolutely nothing to do with the motion at all, just like her reality and perspective on the issue completely as a whole. When we talk about men are from Mars and women are from Venus, and I said to you earlier, there's a utopia there, and that is exactly the epitome of.
No, Councillor, please.
Thank you.
Just give me a moment, please. You've had your opportunity to speak and say what you think and what you believe in, and that is accepted.
It bore no relation to the motion.
A change of standing order is when you wish to give some form of clarification. Now, it's not clarification; it's a continuation of a speech. So, thank you very much.
Clarification.
Councillor Martin Wright, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It's been an emotive debate, and I don't really agree with what the last two speakers have said. Interrupting Councillor Cutts, you may not agree with her, but you know, it's not the right thing to do. And if any budding candidates for May 21 are watching this, they'll probably resign. But I'll get back to what I was going to say. I've grown increasingly uncomfortable by what I've heard from some of my Conservative administration colleagues today, in an effort to talk down, which is a worthy motion, to extend £20, a temporary extension for another 12 months or however long it takes, into universal credit. And to be quite frank, I will be supporting this motion, and tonight I will be going to bed feeling very uncomfortable about my position within the administration. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Right, I've got Councillor Peck and Councillor Wise who've indicated that they have a issue to bring forward. I'll take Councillor Peck first. And
thank you, Chairman. It's just I would like an explanation from yourself, please, because I didn't quite understand the procedure there. But my reading of the standing orders meant that I think Councillor Martin was indicating he wished to raise a point of order, and you stopped him. You didn't allow him to raise the point of order.
Right. Thank you. Well, I'll give you the answer now, if you like.
And allowed Councillor Cutts to carry on speaking. My understanding of reading the standing orders was that if somebody raises a point of order, then the debate at that point is halted whilst you take the point of order and give a ruling on it. So I didn't understand why you didn't take his point of order at that stage.
Because he's already indicated he wished to speak, and it would have been done at the end of each speech, as I've done so far. Thank you. Councillor Wise, can we move on, please, with this? Otherwise, you will not get your last one in. So, Councillor Wise, you have an standing order?
No, thank you, Chair. I would want us to move on to a vote, a recorded vote. I think we know where we all stand, and some of this debate has been just disgraceful. So I think we just need to move on and vote on the motion.
Thank you. Does anybody second that?
I indicated to speak.
Happy to second that recorded vote, Chair.
Sorry, but I indicated to speak. Why should I not be allowed to say something on this issue?
Come to me.
I think the chairman's fallen off his chair.
Steve, I was suggesting it because we're running out of time and I wanted the vote to go.
Well, I will take 2 minutes, literally.
It's under the tree.
Fortunately, I didn't hear Councillor Cutz's speech, and from what I gather, it's probably just as well I didn't.
It isn't. It is.
Chairman, you're muted. I'll tell you if nobody else does.
Thank you. Right, thank you. As far as your, oh gosh, truth.
You're muted again.
You were on,
Chair.
You're okay. No.
You were speaking, Stuart.
Chairman, that's it. Don't touch it. That's it.
Leave it.
Leave it.
No.
Muted again.
Press it once.
Could you provide that laptop to Councillor Cutts, please?
Don't touch
Just
it.
bear with us, please,
Chairman.
colleagues.
Right.
The chairman's having a problem with
You
his.
must get on with it.
Right.
Steve.
Okay.
It's okay
Let's get back onto the track so we can finish and go home and then start thinking more of the festivities to come. Right, Councillor Wise. The only time I'm informed that that a person can ask to go to a vote is if they haven't spoken. If they've had already spoken, that right goes. So we will move to that one. I have two speakers, Councillor Carr and Councillor Guilfoyle, who have yet to speak. I am giving them the opportunity to do so, should they wish.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, which one said that? Councillor Carr. Right, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with passion in politics, and I think this is an issue where particularly those of us in the centre and the left get very passionate about. And hearing some of the things that the Conservatives have said actually are abhorrent in this modern society. It's very, very depressing. The fact that we are having to listen to this, actually, which is far further to the right than Thatcher ever was. Thatcher looked after people who were unemployed, let's face it. Henning Venn, the comedian from Germany who now lives in Britain, was asked, do you have charity in Germany? And his reply was, no, we pay our taxes. We may be the 6th richest country in the world. We used to be 5th until Brexit, incidentally. But the problem is that stops at the top. It doesn't trickle down like Conservatives think it does. It stays with people. People like Rishi Sunak's wife, who's got more money than the Queen, for example. The problem we're going to have in this country very shortly is unemployment, mass unemployment, and debt. People who are on 80% furlough, the 80% covers their basics, their mortgage, their council tax, etc., etc. The 20% was for their food and things like that, and they are borrowing money on their credit cards to pay for their food. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I at the moment am delivering mayor's hampers in Broxtowe, and little items that we here are all very, very fortunate to be well off-ish. The things in those boxes would mean nothing to us. These people think they've been given something absolutely fantastic. And it's so heartbreaking that we live in a society where we have to do these things. And it will never, ever be any different so long as the Conservative Party are in control anywhere in this country. Thank you.
Right, thank you. One more speaker, and then I'll give the opportunity for Councillor Rhodes to... Oh, yes, sorry. Councillor Clark, Neil Clark, I understand you're raising a standing order.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Carr indicated that he didn't hear Councillor Cutt's speech, so is he confirming he didn't hear the debate and therefore is unable to vote?
No, he's not saying that.
Here's
a furious point of order.
I think that's very disingenuous of you, Councillor Clark.
Excuse me, let's not.
I could hear it. He's making a personal attack. Get a grip, Chair.
Thank you. Well, if you were quieter and gave someone the opportunity to speak, otherwise we might. Right. I think that Councillor Carr has been in for nearly all of that, if possibly all of it, and therefore has had the opportunity, and we will move forward. We will now go to Councillor Guilfoyle as the final speaker before I hand it back to Councillor Rhodes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. You finished off with something about, let's move on to the Christmas spirit, but I personally feel that what's being said in the meeting this afternoon, has not been much around the Christmas spirit, has it? It's reminded me, it's took me back to the 80s. It took me back to, I'm surprised you didn't come out with Neil, get on your bike. You need to be looking for a job.
Can't afford a bike.
Clearly, this is a crisis that's not being created by the public of this country. It's something that's happened, and it's created probably, as people are saying, one of the biggest crises since the Second World War, and it's created a problem with our finances and everything else that we've got to deal with. But when I see people are having to come to our schools, and teachers are having to make difficult choices about giving the pupil premium to use it for buying clothing, to use it for other things than educational purposes, because they're seeing families are in such difficult positions, then I cannot understand some of the rhetoric that people have got. This isn't a time to be having that political dogma about that people don't want to work, or they're scrounging on the benefits system. This isn't about that. This is about dealing with a particular crisis that we're going through, that's not created by those individuals. And it's not about handouts. A lot of the people that I see don't want the handouts, want to work, want to be back in their places of employment, but they can't because of this crisis. And we're going to see a lot of people struggle. We're seeing people struggle. And if you haven't got the heart in you just to ask on this occasion for that to be embodied within the system, that £20 to be made permanent for those, then I think you really seriously ought to look at why you come into politics, because you sit there, most of you, and you all say you came in to help people. Well, that's what this resolution is about doing. It's about helping people. It's not about creating dependency. We don't like that. We've never stood for that. We've stood for getting better working conditions for people. We stand for better employment for people. This isn't about a dependency culture. It's about getting through this particular time. So, God help me if people vote against this resolution. My faith in humanity just goes.
Thank you.
The system clean called capitalism.
Thank you, Councillor.
Well done, Perry.
I have one more speaker now, and this is Councillor Kerry. Can I point out that all this is taking up the time of your last motion if you wish to get it through? So, Councillor Kerry.
Well, thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Bosniak, is that a point of order?
Yeah. Oh, are you during the meeting now then, Councillor Kerry? I was going to move that we go straight to the vote, a recorded vote. Everybody's position is quite clear. I think we're labouring the point now
I think
for no real reason, and I think we have another motion on the table.
I'll second that.
I'll second that.
I've already had the indication to speak, Chairman, so I think I'm allowed to do.
Can everybody else carry on talking and let me just speak something? Because you are becoming totally unruly as a group. Now, will you listen? The choice of whether or not I go to the vote is mine. All right? I am exercising that right. But the first thing I'm going to do is Councillor Kerry will have a speak as everybody else has been given a speech, and then I will go direct to the vote. Councillor Kerry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak as you have allowed others. I agreed actually with much of what Councillor Guilfoyle said. Well, quite a bit of it. I totally agree with the things he wanted to see happen, to see people being helped, to see people have jobs, to see the government act in the right way. The government's had a fantastic, an incredible thing to have to deal with in this pandemic, and I believe it's done an incredible job. It has looked after people. It's very difficult to help everybody. The systems and processes don't work for everybody, as Councillor Bradley's already said about the old system of the old system versus universal credit. We've tried, of course, we've tried to help. We all try to help everybody. But in going forward, we have to make decisions that we can confidently deliver. If we try and make a decision now to extend £20 a week and we can't afford it, what we're going to do? Grab it back from people? It's ridiculous. I will nail my colours to the wall, my true colours to the wall as a Conservative. What you have to remember is that unemployment now is risen from a low of 4% to over 5% from pre to during COVID. That's still pretty much at 5%, close to the best it ever was under the last Labour government, which went up to 8% with the mess that the country was left in when they were last in control. I'm confident that the Conservatives can and will sort this out. It is a very big issue. It's a very long-term issue. And not only that, if you look at GDP during this situation, GDP, I believe now, is as high as it ever was at its highest point under Labour. And that's after the nature and size of this pandemic. I think it's an incredible performance. It's an incredible performance. I can't support this motion because it ties hands of decisions that government has to make when it needs to understand the position it's in. And we do care. We have care. I'm sure all of the councillors here have helped people in need. I certainly have, and I know the councillors in my group that have during this pandemic. I think it's ridiculous that we're accused of being the nasty Tories we're not. We're doing a really, really good job. Thank you.
You are.
Thank you, Councillor. I am now going to hand over to Councillor Rhodes to sum up, and then we will go to the vote. Councillor Rhodes.
Absolutely outrageous.
Shall I begin, Chairman?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the comments that support the motion. I'm not going to take any time of reacting or responding to the comments of people who don't support the motion, many of which I thought were disgraceful, frankly.
Yes, exactly.
Not all, but many of them I thought were disgraceful, frankly. We're in a situation in this country where we have, as I think has already been said, record redundancies. We have increasing unemployment. We have the potential of a jobs crisis. And we're talking here about 20 quid a week. I wonder how many people in this meeting will currently rely on £20 a week to make a difference to their lives. I wonder how many. £20 a week to avoid choosing between paying the bills and shopping for food. £20 a week to avoid choosing between shopping for food or buying a new coat or pair of shoes for their kids. £20 a week to avoid choosing between buying those things new or going to a charity shop. £20 a week, Chairman, to avoid choosing between keeping your head above water or going under. That's what we're talking about here. 20 quid a week. It's like something out of Victorian times to listen to people in this meeting shaming the poor for being poor, shaming working people in some cases, in many cases, for being on universal credit, but having finances that are stretched to the limit and beyond, to the point where they can no longer manage. We should be better than this in this country. We should be. Lynn said earlier that now is the season of goodwill to others and a time for charity. Well, I think it's time we showed goodwill to others. And if we could support this motion, I think we would be showing goodwill to others at this festive time of the year, a time of year that actually people who are dependent on 20 quid a week to make their finances stretch further won't be enjoying very much this year. So I'm, again, happy to move the motion. I'm grateful to people that have spoken in support of it, and I think we should have a recorded vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to hand over now to the Chief Executive to do the vote, and the vote will be...
It's a recorded vote, Chair, so might want to second him.
Yeah, can I see some hands, please?
Yes, I see the seconds. Thank you. It is a recorded vote.
Thanks very much, Chairman.
Thank you.
Can I start with Councillor Allen, please?
For.
Councillor Barnfather.
Against.
Councillor Bosniak.
For.
Councillor Bradley.
Against.
Councillor
Got the
Brooks.
radio on.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor John Clark.
For.
Councillor Neil Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cotty.
Against.
Councillor Creamer.
For.
Councillor Cutts.
Against.
Councillor Deakin.
For.
Councillor Doddy.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Fole.
For.
Councillor Garner. Councillor Steve Garner. I'll come back to you, Steve. Councillor Guilfoyle.
For.
Councillor Girling.
Against.
Councillor Greaves.
Oh, for.
Sorry, Kevin, I didn't catch that.
Very for.
4. Okay, thank you. Councillor Handley.
Against.
Councillor Harper.
Against.
Councillor Henry.
4.
Councillor Henshaw.
4.
Councillor Hollis.
4.
Councillor Hopewell.
4.
Councillor Richard Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Roger Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kerry.
Against.
Councillor Knight.
Against. John.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Longdon. Councillor John Longdon.
Sorry, I was muted. Abstain.
Abstain, thank you. Councillor Madden.
For.
Councillor Martin.
4.
Councillor Meal.
For.
Councillor Ogle.
Against.
Councillor Owen.
Against.
Councillor Payne.
4.
Councillor Peck.
4.
Councillor Place.
For.
Councillor Plant.
For.
Councillor Pringle.
4.
Councillor Purdue Horan.
Against.
Councillor Quigley.
Against.
Councillor Rhodes.
4.
Councillor Kevin Rostons.
Against.
Councillor Phil Rostons.
Against.
Councillor Saddington.
Against.
Councillor Sissons.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Simbaridis. Councillor Parry Simbaridis.
Anthony, we've just had a message from ICT saying that it looks like Parry may have frozen again, so we will just try and get him in.
Thank you. I'll come back to him. Councillor Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Walker.
Against.
Councillor Wallace.
Against.
Councillor Vice.
For.
Councillor Wetton. Councillor Wheeler, Gordon Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Jonathan Wheeler.
Against.
Councillor Woodhead.
For.
Councillor Wright.
For.
Councillor Zadrozny.
4.
I'm just going to go back, colleagues, and pick up those that haven't yet voted. Councillor Garner. Councillor Steve Garner.
Sorry, Anthony, it looks like we may have lost Councillor Garner again. He's been off the line and then back in again, and it looks like he may have gone again. We will just ring him back. Just one moment.
Yeah, okay. If someone could just get an indication from Councillor Garner as to how he wishes to vote, please, Keith, rather than trying to reconnect him.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, who does that leave us with? Councillor Simbaridis, please. Okay, so if we could contact Councillor Garner, please, so I have an indication of how he wishes to vote.
don't think they can hear you, Parry.
I've got Councillor Simbridge's vote.
You,
thank you.
but I don't think Anthony
Sally,
May can hear you.
Sally, can you put yourself on mute for me, please?
Hello, Anthony. Just to confirm, Councillor Garner's phone to say that he's abstaining from the vote.
Thank you, colleagues. Then if you just give us a moment to add those up and we'll come back to you.
Hi, Parry. It's sorted. Yeah, it's sorted, Parry. Okay,
Sally,
thanks. Bye.
Sally, would you mind putting yourself on mute?
Hello, Anthony.
Yes, Sally.
Chairman, Anthony, Councillor Parry Visimbridge is voting for.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Right, the results are 31 for, 31 against, with 2 abstentions.
Okay.
I'm just going to now have a very quick discussion with the Chief Executive, so please bear with me.
Colleagues, because this is tied again, the chairman has a casting vote. So I'm going to ask the chairman how he wishes to cast his vote.
Against.
The chairman has voted against, colleagues.
Absolutely shameful.
It is. I'm appalled.
Get out.
Absolutely disgusting.
These are people I've known for a long, long time.
Right, can we?
Bullying.
Excuse me,
I'm not
please.
taking
Come
part
on.
in this anymore. Goodbye.
I agree with Councillor Carr. Absolutely disgusting. Merry Christmas with a sprig of holly through the heart.
Can I? Hello, please. Do you wish to get to this last one? You have one further. You have one further motion to put before you. You've 12 minutes to discuss it and get it through to reach the or not do it before the 5:30. I can only do that if you cooperate with me. Okay. So it's right. Let me get where we are. It's motion 6, which is sorry,
Muriel.
Councillor Weiss. You're on mute.
Could I just check Chair's protocol in standing orders? I've chaired several committees and I understood that if the Chair has a counting vote, it should be in favour of the statement that is being brought to the Council rather than against it. Is that not an issue in our standing orders at County Council?
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Weiss. It's the Chief Executive here. If you'd like to give us a few minutes to consult with the Constitution, we're very happy to do that and come back to you.
Thank you.
You're not going to get through this motion.
Alan, move the vote.
No, he won't. No, the chair won't let you. It's his discretion. Remember, I wanted to put the vote earlier and was told I couldn't with to the chair, which I think has changed. That's not what. That's not how I understood it.
Spoke.
No, I hadn't. Not on that.
No, that was me. That was me, Alan. Miller had spoken.
No, I hadn't spoken.
It wouldn't have mattered anyway.
I did second yours as well. We did have a proposer and a seconder and it was ignored.
Yeah. So I'm going to complain to Anthony as well about that.
It wouldn't have mattered anyway, would it? Really?
Oh no, there's still procedures that need to go through. An amount of bullying that was.
Well, twice today the chair has voted against motions with a casting vote. What you do as the chair, if the motion is there, you can be in favour of the motion, regardless of how you vote in the actual motion. The chair should always come down in favour of them.
What's that?
Because the chair should be neutral.
Oh.
It's always in the constitution. You can vote.
Well, the chair's hardly been neutral today.
Chair has the casting vote, that's it. You can vote whichever way. Or I believe normally you would have to vote the way in which you voted in the original motion, but clearly he's got the casting vote.
Yeah, he's got the casting vote, Muriel. He can vote whichever way he likes.
I know he's got
say
the
Merry
casting
Christmas
vote.
to you all anyway.
But it is what it is. He's got the casting vote.
Yes, I know that. I just thought they should use it in.
Yeah, no, you can't force him because then anybody could then put a motion forward and know they're going to get a casting vote and force it through. It's not. He has a right to vote as per his views.
And if he voted one way in his vote.
Alan, on this one, can we just propose to go straight to the vote with this motion?
I won't object if you want to do that.
Well, I think there'd be enough broad support for it.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise we're just not going to get through it. So yeah. Well, if we're still within time.
Alan, to be fair, I'd want to comment on it. On it. So I wouldn't want it to go straight through to vote because I want to speak on it.
Have you got all the theory?
You're going to have time, Keith.
You might not even get to it if you do that.
He just wants to go out on a bang. Good job I ain't got a short fuse, isn't it?
Yes.
Or it could go up in smoke. You never know.
Once again, we are on live stream, everybody.
At least the meeting has ended and a jovial commented to. Now, I've been ashamed by today's performance. Sorry to say.
Well said, Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Martin.
Yeah, and unless we go straight to the vote, there's only enough time to move and second it. Even that'll be short.
Members, can I just mention it is still being streamed live? So would anybody have any objection if I just mute the mics in the meantime?
Mute mine.
Thank you.
Right, if we will continue and further on. Chief Executive, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman, and thanks, Councillor Vice, for the question. So it's point 90 in the Constitution, paragraph 90, where there is an equal number of votes for and against a motion, the Chairman can exercise a second, in brackets, casting vote. And that's what the Chairman's done on 2 occasions this afternoon.
Anybody else lost a member?
Okay, right. I'll now move Councillor Rhodes. Your motion number 6. It is now 5:25. Do you wish to go ahead with it, or would you like it taken over and then brought in at the next meeting?
Can you remind me, Chairman, when the next meeting of the council is? Is there one in January?
No, I know it isn't.
So it's February.
February.
No,
Next meeting is the budget
meeting, so we don't take motions.
February 25th budget.
So it will be March.
March.
Yes.
The only other way around this is to take the vote immediately on the motion. We haven't got time for speakers, Chairman. If members would agree to that, I'm happy to table it tonight. If members insist on speaking, then it'll have to be devolved over to March, moved over to March, I think.
Correct. Thank you. I just had to bring in the chief ex. Can we just have one person speaking at the moment? Right.
Thank you.
Chief Executive.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Rhodes. If members are comfortable with that, can I suggest that you at least propose the motion by reading it out and it's then formally seconded before we move to the vote? That would be okay.
Right, I'll do that now very quickly, Chairman. This council notes that fireworks impact considerably on the health and well-being of the elderly and vulnerable in our communities, together with domestic pets and wildlife. The council proposes to write to the UK government urging them to introduce legislation to ensure that only silent fireworks are available for retail, and to undertake a proactive public awareness campaign in partnership with public health and our district, borough and city councils to encourage our residents only to attend silent firework displays. I move that, Chair.
Thank you. Is it seconded, please?
Yes, I formally second. I would reserve the right to speak, but clearly I can't. So.
Right, before I go to that, the vote, Councillor Girling, you have raised an issue.
Well, no, yeah, I just don't like the fact we're going straight to the vote without to be able to speak, Chairman, because it's not giving the motion the credit it deserves, or give us a chance to say our view on it. So I'm objecting to that. Really, we've not had a vote to be able to go straight to the vote.
Yep, let me bring you the Chief Executive in again to give you an explanation.
So, if a member is not comfortable with the proposal that Councillor Rhodes made, the only other option that we have is to roll the motion over to the next normal meeting of the County Council, which will be in March.
March.
If I can, Chairman, I think something this.
Just wait a minute. Councillor Bosnick, can I just finish with Councillor Girling first? Oh. Councillor Girling.
Yeah, sorry, Chairman, for doing this, but I think it's such an important subject that to rush it through like this, where I don't feel it's enough, really, I think it needs a proper debate where it comes to the council and we can do a proper motion. So, there's bits of it I don't like, but there's bits of it I do, and I think it gives us an opportunity to get a really good motion that would achieve what we all want, I think.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bosniak.
It's a point of clarification, Chair. Earlier today, I wanted to move directly to a vote and you prevented me from doing so. As I understand from the Constitution, if I ask to go directly to the vote and it's seconded, then it's the members that decide that, not just the chair of the committee, unless things have changed in the last week.
Right. Okay. I will hand you back over again to the Chief Executive from whom I've been given advice. Okay, so Chief Executive.
So thank you, Councillor Bosniak. I'll need to turn up the appropriate section in the Constitution, but I believe if a member wants to bring a debate to an early close, the chairman has to satisfy himself that we've had sufficient debate to warrant bringing it to an early close. I don't think we could say that about this particular debate unless all members agree. If all members don't agree, then the only option the chairman has, in my opinion, is to move it to the next meeting.
I was talking about the previous debate.
Yes, I understand, George. Yeah, I understand. And it could have been the chairman didn't see you indicate or something, but you are quite right on that one. You could have moved it directly, moved a motion to go to the vote.
Chairman, for clarity, and time is now ticking on, it's almost impossible. I think we've lost any opportunity.
I would concur with that, Councillor Rhodes.
Would it have been a unanimous agreement or a majority agreement to move to the vote?
So first of all, Alan, I think if you want to make the agreement, it needs to be unanimous. If one member disagrees, then I think it's only fair to all members that we roll the motion forward.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy if you want, Alan, I'm very happy to take 5 minutes now to clarify that so that we end the meeting and we're clear what we're doing. But it seems to me that under all circumstances, we are not going to satisfy every member, and the motion will not have had a proper debate. And if members are uncomfortable with that, then the option the chairman has is to roll it forward to the next meeting.
Well, it's a messy ending, Chairman, but I think there's no real alternative but to roll it over. But I'm not particularly satisfied with the advice we've been given. But if that's what it is, that's what it is. So thank you, Chairman. I'll roll it over to March.
Thank you. Therefore, the motion number 6 is moved forward to the next meeting, which is in March. That concludes today. Now, we should not go away from here. Well, I say angry, not go from here in a negative way. It's come to the end of the year. All of you are going back to your homes. I wish you a Merry Christmas, and I wish you also a prosperous New Year. I hope you're healthy. Please try and keep your distances, etc., to avoid contamination of yourself. And as I say, I hope you have a good, pleasant time within your own households or whatever you're going to do. And on that, good night.
Good night, Chairman.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Chairman, well done.
Good night. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
This winter, more than ever, with COVID-19 still circulating, we need help to reduce all avoidable risks. You can help protect the NHS, social care and loved ones by getting the flu vaccine. You may be eligible for the free vaccine at your GP or local pharmacy if you are over 65, pregnant or have a long-term condition. Find out if you are eligible at nhs.uk/staywell. Children up to Year 7 can get the free nasal spray at school or through their GP if they are below school age. If you are not eligible for the free vaccine, you can pay for it at your local pharmacy. The flu vaccination does not give you flu. It reduces the risk of catching flu as well as spreading it to others. If you had the vaccination in the past, that will not protect you as the flu strain changes every year, so you need to have a new one this year. It is also important to wash your hands often with warm water and soap. Use tissues when you cough or sneeze, and bin used tissues as quickly as possible. Thank you for helping to protect yourself and loved ones this winter.